The stage is set for an immersive journey into the heart of ancient Greek lore, a realm where legendary heroes walked among mortals and divine powers shaped their destinies. Prepare to delve into the quiet majesty of heroic history as the clamour of the modern world recedes and the timeless whispers of antiquity draw you in. There is an undeniable enchantment woven into the fabric of these ancient narratives. They are imbued with the accumulated wisdom of millennia, echoing the crackle of forgotten campfires and the rhythmic cadence of voices that have recounted these sagas for countless generations. Tonight, the spotlight falls upon one extraordinary hero, tracing his epic trajectory from the very moment of his miraculous arrival into the world to the ultimate, seemingly insurmountable challenge that awaited him. As the ambient light softens, perhaps accompanied by the gentle hum of a distant fan, the narrative commences. Imagine yourself transported, standing amidst the venerable stones of the ancient city of Thebes on a balmy summer evening. The very air is redolent with the fragrant essence of olive oil and the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread, remnants of the day's culinary endeavours. Within the unassuming confines of a modest dwelling, a woman of exceptional character, Alcmene, stands on the precipice of giving birth to an infant destined to become the most celebrated figure in the annals of Greek mythology. Yet, this is no ordinary tale of Genesis. This is the prologue to an odyssey that will unfold across 12 monumental and seemingly impossible labours. And, as is often the case in these grand narratives, it all originates from the complicated romantic entanglements of Zeus, the formidable sovereign of the Olympian gods. Indeed, Zeus possessed a rather notorious reputation. While his regal consort Hera presided alongside him from the lofty heights of Mount Olympus, Zeus's gaze often strayed. He was known to assume various guises, descending to the mortal realm to engage with human women, subsequently leaving behind progeny who were a unique blend of human and divine essence. These children, often referred to as demigods, frequently led lives of extraordinary distinction. However, their existence was perpetually overshadowed by the relentless and often vengeful jealousy of Hera. Alcmene, however, stood apart from Zeus's previous mortal paramours. Her renown throughout Thebes was rooted in her unwavering virtue and her profound fidelity to her husband, Amphitryon. But Zeus, in his characteristic fashion, perceived this as an intriguing challenge, rather than an insurmountable impediment. One fateful night, while Amphitryon was engaged in the distant throes of warfare, Zeus assumed the precise visage of Alcmene's absent husband and visited her. Alcmene, genuinely believing she was welcoming her beloved spouse home prematurely, embraced him with unbridled joy. That singular night, shrouded in divine deception, would irrevocably alter the course of her life and the destiny of the world. Upon the true Amphitryon's return the subsequent day, Alcmene found herself perplexed by his recounting of the previous evening's events, which starkly contrasted with her own vivid recollections. Yet, by then, the die had been cast. Zeus had achieved his clandestine objective, and Alcmene would soon discover she was carrying within her the child of the supreme deity. Now endeavour to envision yourself as a humble servant within that very household, observing the passage of months with a keen eye. You might notice subtle yet profound differences in Alcmene's pregnancy. The child within her womb seems to stir with an unusual, almost preternatural strength. Strange and vivid dreams begin to trouble Alcmene's slumber. Concurrently, high above on Mount Olympus, Hera slowly, meticulously uncovers the latest of her husband's numerous indiscretions. Hera's fury transcended mere jealousy, though that emotion undoubtedly fueled her rage. As the revered goddess of marriage and family, Zeus's incessant philandering was a deeply personal affront to every sacred principle she embodied. But this particular child, this unborn infant, was destined for unparalleled significance. Zeus harboured grandiose designs for him, and Hera, in her boundless wrath, simply could not permit such a future to unfold unimpeded. The pivotal night of the birth finally descends, and one can almost palpably feel the suffocating tension in the air, akin to the oppressive stillness preceding a violent thunderstorm. Alcmene's labour pains commence, but an unsettling anomaly quickly becomes apparent. Hours stretch into an eternity, then more hours relentlessly tick by. The midwives, their faces etched with concern, whisper hushed conjectures among themselves. The infant should have long since emerged, yet it is as if an unseen, formidable force is actively impeding the natural progression of birth. What Alcmene remains tragically unaware of is that, in the ethereal realms of Mount Olympus, Hera has dispatched Eileithyia, the formidable goddess of childbirth, to take up a silent vigil outside Alcmene's chamber door. Eileithyia sits, an ominous figure, her legs tightly crossed, her fingers intricately interlocked, employing her formidable divine power to obstruct the birth. It is an ancient and potent form of magic, and it is executing its malevolent purpose with chilling efficacy. Yet, in these timeless narratives, there invariably emerges an individual of exceptional wit and resourcefulness. One of Alcmene's astute servants, a quick-thinking woman named Galantis, discerned something distinctly peculiar about the enigmatic stranger seated by their door. This woman has maintained her unmoving, unspoken vigil for hours, perpetually maintaining that unusual posture. Galantis, with a flash of intuition, realizes this might be no ordinary circumstance, but rather a manifestation of divine intervention. Seizing the moment, Galantis boldly rushes forth and exclaims with feigned joyous triumph, "The baby is born! The baby is born! It's a beautiful, healthy boy." Eileithyia, momentarily caught off guard and startled by this unexpected declaration, involuntarily springs to her feet, her tightly crossed limbs separating in surprise. And in that precise, fleeting instant, the malevolent spell is irrevocably shattered. Alcmene's labour immediately resumes its natural, unhindered course. The baby is born, emitting a lusty, powerful cry that seems to reverberate through the very foundations of the house. The midwives collectively gasp in astonishment upon beholding him. He is demonstrably larger than any newborn they have ever delivered, possessing a grip of such astonishing strength that he nearly crushes the finger of the woman attempting to swaddle him. His eyes, when they finally open, appear to harbour an intelligence far surpassing his mere moments of existence. Alcides, meaning the mighty one or strength of Alcmene, is the name bestowed upon him, though history will forever immortalize him under a different appellation, Hercules, a name that ironically signifies glory of Hera. There is a profound irony, is there not? The very child destined to spend his entire life striving to appease Hera's incandescent rage bears a name that inherently honours her. But Hera, in her relentless vendetta, is far from finished, not by any stretch of the imagination. A few nights subsequent to the birth, Once the household has finally settled into a semblance of normalcy, she orchestrates her next sinister maneuver. Two colossal serpents, their scales shimmering faintly in the moonlight, slither stealthily through the darkness, their destination the nursery where baby Hercules peacefully slumbers alongside his twin brother, Iphicles. Yes, Alcmene had indeed borne twins, but only one was the divine offspring of Zeus. Imagine yourself as a vigilant guard patrolling the hushed, winding streets of Thebes that night. The moon hangs high in the inky sky, casting long, dancing shadows between the ancient buildings. You perceive nothing out of the ordinary, hear no unusual sounds, see no anomaly. Yet within that seemingly tranquil house, an extraordinary and terrifying event is unfolding. The serpents glide silently through an open window, their massive scales creating the softest, almost inaudible whisper against the stone sill. These are not mere reptiles. They are monstrous creatures, dispatched by Hera herself, imbued with venom potent enough to fell a dozen robust men. Their eyes gleam with a malevolent light in the moon's glow, as they inexorably approached the unsuspecting sleeping infants. Iphicles, the mortal twin, awakens first, his cries of terror echoing through the nursery, a natural instinctual reaction for any ordinary infant confronted with such a horrifying sight. His distressed wails rouse his parents, who rush frantically to the nursery, but by the time they arrive, they are confronted with a scene that will become the subject of awe-struck whispers and enduring legends in Thebes for generations to come. There, in his crib, is baby Hercules, gurgling contentedly, a massive serpent clutched in each tiny, impossibly strong fist. He is squeezing them with the casual ease of a child playing with toys, and the formidable snakes, these instruments of divine vengeance, lie utterly lifeless. The infant who should have been paralyzed with fear is instead bubbling with joyous laughter. The child who should have been utterly helpless has instead demonstrated a raw, untamed strength that should not by any natural law exist in someone barely a week old. Amphitryon stares transfixed at this astonishing tableau, and a profound understanding begins to dawn upon him. His wife's mysterious pregnancy, the inexplicable difficulties surrounding the birth, and now this undeniable display of impossible godlike strength. This is no ordinary child. This is undeniably the son of a god. From that pivotal night forward, every member of the household understands, with a chilling certainty, that they are raising someone truly extraordinary, someone touched by the divine. Hercules grows with a supernatural rapidity and an astonishing surge of strength. By the time he is a mere toddler, he can effortlessly lift massive stones that even robust grown men struggle to budge. When he reaches the age of 5, he can outpace even the swiftest horses, but intertwined with this prodigious strength is a profound burden, a shadow that will relentlessly pursue him throughout his entire existence. Hera's unending, incandescent hatred. This, you see, is not merely a quaint tale about a remarkably strong baby. It is the genesis of a much broader, more complex narrative about the profound and often tragic consequences that unfold when divine power collides with the fragile tapestry of mortal life. Hercules did not choose to be the son of Zeus. He did not ask for this supernatural strength, nor did he solicit Hera's eternal enmity. Yet, from the very moment of his birth, his extraordinary yet perilous path was irrevocably set. As the young Hercules matures, his devoted parents endeavour to provide him, with as normal a childhood as their extraordinary circumstances permit. They engage the finest tutors available, Linus for the art of music, Castor to impart the skills of combat, and the wise centaur Chiron for the disciplines of hunting and healing. However, even within the confines of these lessons, Hercules' inherent, formidable nature inevitably manifests. When Linus, in a moment of frustration, attempts to correct his lyre playing with a sharp, chastising word, Hercules, in an accidental outburst of temper, inadvertently kills him with the very instrument. These tragic accidents, born of his immense power and volatile emotions, become a recurring, distressing pattern. Hercules never harbours malicious intent, but when one possesses a strength 10 times greater than anyone else, even the gentlest touch can inadvertently inflict irreparable harm. Meanwhile, high above on the majestic Mount Olympus, Hera observes her patience a divine chilling virtue. She has learned that direct, overt attacks on the boy are futile. He is too strong, too resilient, too divinely protected in his own way. But patience is indeed a virtue of the gods, and Hera possesses an eternity to weave her intricate webs of revenge. She begins to meticulously sow the seeds of a far more sophisticated and insidious retribution, one that will cunningly exploit Heracles' own immense strength against him. And so our nascent hero blossoms into manhood, cherished by his family, revered by his city, yet carrying within his very being the nascent seeds of both unparalleled greatness and profound tragedy. His birth was heralded by both miracles and malevolent monsters, and his life will be irrevocably defined by the ceaseless tension between his divine heritage and his deeply human heart. But what cataclysmic events unfold when that human heart is pushed beyond its breaking point? What occurs when the insidious machinations of divine manipulation converge with the fragile limits of mortal endurance? The chilling answers to these questions lie hidden within the gathering shadows that are already beginning to encroach upon Heracles' seemingly bright and promising future. Those very shadows, whispered of in hushed tones, are now poised to descend upon Heracles' life in the most agonizing manner imaginable. Prepare to witness the harrowing spectacle of how even the most formidable hero can be utterly shattered, not by the brute force of external adversaries, but by the god's malevolent manipulation of his own mind, turning his inner world against him. Envision Heracles now, a man in the prime of his life, radiating strength and vitality. He is happily married to Megara, a princess of Thebes, and together they are blessed with 3 beautiful, vibrant children. Their home resonates with the joyous sounds of laughter and the comforting, everyday rhythms of family life. Children's playful shouts echo through the halls, Megara's melodious humming drifts from the garden as she tends her blossoms, and Heracles' deep voice fills the evenings with captivating stories by the hearth. One might stroll past their dwelling on any given day and observe what appears to be a tableau of perfect domestic bliss. Heracles has employed his immense strength to serve his beloved city with distinction, vanquishing dangerous bandits, safeguarding weary travellers, and even lending his formidable power to the heavy construction projects that ensure Thebes' continued prosperity. His children, filled with unbridled delight, clamber upon him as if he were a living mountain, shrieking with joy as he playfully tosses them gently into the air, their laughter a testament to his boundless love and strength. Yet, the divine Queen Hera had been observing these developments with an escalating sense of vexation. Here was Zeus's illegitimate progeny, not merely enduring, but flourishing remarkably. He possessed affection, commanded admiration, and enjoyed the solace of a loving household, a complete picture of contentment that, in Hera's estimation, was utterly intolerable. Her previous attempts at overt aggression had proven unsuccessful. Consequently, she resolved to employ a strategy far more subtle and malevolent. It is often the case, after all, that the most devastating retributions are those ingeniously designed to transform an individual's paramount virtues into their most profound vulnerabilities. Heracles' immense physical prowess had perpetually been his distinguishing attribute, the very essence of his heroic identity. But what if this formidable strength were to become utterly unmanageable, a force beyond his command? What if the intrinsic might that had elevated him to the status of a champion were to tragically transmute into the very implement of his most grievous downfall? In furtherance of her sinister scheme, Hera dispatched Lyssa, the fearsome deity embodying frenzied wrath, to afflict Heracles. This was not the common overt form of insanity characterized by wild gesticulations and frothing lips. Rather, it manifested as something considerably more nuanced, and by virtue of its subtlety, immeasurably more dreadful. It was a creeping derangement, an insidious affliction that gradually infiltrated the mind, meticulously warping one's perceptions and grotesquely contorting the very fabric of reality until the afflicted could no longer discern between cherished ally and mortal adversary. The onset of this dreadful affliction commenced on what initially appeared to be a perfectly unremarkable twilight. Heracles, having spent the day labouring alongside local farmers, assisting them in the arduous task of dislodging colossal boulders from their fertile fields, journeyed homeward. He was undoubtedly weary from his exertions, yet imbued with a profound sense of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the evening meal and the comforting presence of his beloved family. However, as his footsteps carried him nearer to his dwelling, an unsettling sensation began to permeate his awareness. The customary noises emanating from his home, usually a source of comfort, now seemed strangely altered. The joyous peals of his children's laughter, typically a melody to his ears, resonated with an ominous, menacing quality. Even Megara's gentle voice, summoning them for their evening repast, seemed to carry an unsettling whisper of clandestine machination. One might envision themselves as a nearby resident, perhaps meticulously tending to their own flourishing garden as the twilight deepened across Thebes. From this vantage point, one would observe Heracles standing unnaturally still before his own threshold, his head slightly inclined as if intently listening to an inaudible symphony of malevolence perceptible only to him. A palpable rigidity now gripped his shoulders, a stark contrast to the relaxed posture he had exhibited that very morning. His formidable hands, typically characterized by their tenderness when interacting with his cherished kin, were now visibly contorted into tightly clenched, formidable fists. Within the comforting confines of the home, Megara and their offspring remained blissfully ignorant of the encroaching horror. She was diligently engaged in the preparation of their evening sustenance. Loaves of bread, still radiating warmth from the oven's embrace, succulent olives harvested from their very own grove, and fresh cheese procured from the bustling marketplace. The children, meanwhile, were absorbed in a boisterous game, their innocent play punctuated by energetic sprints and bursts of joyous giggles. It was precisely the sort of heart-warming tableau designed to fill any father's soul with profound affection. Yet, when Hercules at last crossed the threshold, his eyes registered not his loving kin. Lysa's malevolent dominion had so utterly perverted his faculties of perception that he perceived hostile adversaries at every turn. His adored spouse now appeared to him as a menacing entity, requiring immediate eradication, while his cherished progeny assumed the guise of his foe's insidious spawn, dispatched with the sole purpose of orchestrating his demise. With appalling celerity, the unspeakable tragedy commenced. Heracles, utterly convinced he was valiantly defending himself against a horde of aggressors, unleashed his formidable power against what his deranged mind perceived as monstrous adversaries and implacable foes. Yet there were no mythical beasts. There were no hostile combatants. There was only a devoted family who had reposed their complete trust in him and harboured no inkling of the impending assault. When the dark shroud of insanity finally receded, Heracles discovered himself standing amidst the ruin of his own dwelling, enveloped by an unimaginable scene of devastation. The horrific truth of his actions descended upon him with the force of a frigid, overwhelming deluge. His beloved wife, his precious children, all irrevocably lost, slain by his very own hand. The immense physical power, originally intended as their shield and safeguard, had irrevocably transformed into the very apparatus of their obliteration. Envision, if you will, the precise instant when his tormented vision achieved absolute clarity. The fading tendrils of late evening light pierced through the shattered window, casting an ethereal glow upon a tableau of such profound heartbreak that even the stoic deities of Olympus might have been moved to shed tears. Heracles, his colossal frame suddenly bereft of all purpose, collapsed onto his knees, his legendary strength rendered utterly impotent against the crushing burden of his grief and the sheer horror of his deeds. He unleashed a cry of such raw, primal anguish that inhabitants throughout the entire city of Thebes paused in their various activities, transfixed by the sound of a spirit irrevocably shattered. Neighbours, alerted by the dreadful wail, rushed to the scene only to halt abruptly at the threshold, paralysed by the ghastly sight within. Here lay the preeminent hero of Thebes, the man renowned for his ability to grapple with ferocious lions and to transpose entire mountains, now reduced to a figure consumed by inconsolable sobs over the lifeless forms of his own family. Some murmured hushed conjectures that this calamity must surely be a divine retribution. Others simply remained rooted in place, steeped in stunned silence. News of the atrocity disseminated rapidly throughout the metropolis. By the dawn's first light, every citizen was apprised of the horrific events. Yet the query that perturbed every soul was identical to the one that ceaselessly tormented Heracles himself. How could an individual of such intrinsically virtuous character commit an act of such unspeakable malevolence? The true genesis of this catastrophe naturally resided in Hera's malevolent machinations and her pitiless manipulation. Nevertheless, the intellectual understanding of this divine interference did not, in any measure, diminish the searing reality of the grief, nor did it alleviate the crushing weight of the guilt that Heracles was forced to endure. While Heracles may have been an unwitting implement in this tragic orchestration, the indelible stain of blood upon his hands remained undeniably authentic. The profound affection he had cherished was, likewise, irrevocably extinguished, vanished into the eternal void. For many days following the dreadful incident, Heracles steadfastly rejected all sustenance and hydration, utterly refusing to engage in discourse with anyone. He remained ensconced within the desolate ruins of his home, an inert figure akin to a marble effigy, his gaze fixed blankly upon an unseen abyss. Acquaintances and companions endeavoured to approach him, to offer solace, but his sorrow was of such an abyssal depth that all words of comfort seemed utterly insufficient, incapable of bridging the chasm of his despair. Indeed, what consolation could possibly be offered to an individual whose preeminent virtue had so grotesquely transformed into his most devastating malediction? Ultimately, it was his devoted nephew, Iolaus, who succeeded in penetrating the impenetrable fortress of Heracles' grief. Iolaus, though still in the tender bloom of youth barely past boyhood, had consistently regarded his uncle with profound reverence and admiration. He quietly settled beside Heracles, making no attempt to proffer facile comforts or elaborate explanations. Instead, he simply remained, a steadfast presence, sharing in the heavy, suffocating silence. After a protracted period, Heracles at last articulated his agony, his voice a mere tremor above a whisper. "I am their slayer. My own flesh and blood. How is it possible for one to endure such an existence?" Iolaus, possessing a sagacity far exceeding his tender years, refrained from minimizing the enormity of the tragedy or offering readily available absolution. Instead, he uttered a profound statement that would irrevocably alter the trajectory of Heracles' entire life. "Uncle, their lives cannot be reclaimed. However, perhaps, just perhaps, you can ensure that their untimely demise acquires a profound significance. Perhaps you can discover a path to serve humanity with such absolute dedication that their cherished memory transforms into a benediction rather than an enduring malediction." This poignant exchange between uncle and nephew germinated the nascent idea that would, in due course, guide Heracles to the hallowed oracle at Delphi. Yet, prior to seeking divine counsel, he was compelled to somehow forge a path to reconcile himself with the unfathomable atrocities he had committed. He commenced a period of aimless wandering, abandoning Thebes and the unbearable sight of the dwelling where his family had met their tragic end. For many months he traversed the rugged Greek countryside, a spectral figure, adrift in his own sorrow. He offered assistance wherever his path led, diligently purging roads of predatory bandits and valiantly rescuing vulnerable travellers from the clutches of savage beasts. However, he derived no intrinsic satisfaction from these heroic endeavours. They were acts of sombre penance, devoid of any celebratory spirit. He was, in essence, striving to rebalance some immense cosmic ledger, despite the gnawing certainty that no deed, however grand, could ever truly offset the grievous forfeiture of innocent lives. Throughout this period of introspective peregrination, Heracles gradually forged a profound philosophical framework that would subsequently illuminate his arduous path forward. He assimilated the crucial lesson that immense physical strength, when divorced from judicious wisdom, invariably proves perilous, and that unbridled power, unchastened by humility, inevitably becomes destructive. He began to grasp that authentic heroism transcended mere demonstrations of superior might or unparalleled courage. Instead, it manifested as an unwavering commitment to the selfless service of others, particularly when such devotion demanded the ultimate personal sacrifice. The crucible of his grief wrought fundamental alterations within his very being. The carefree self-assurance of his younger years vanished, supplanted by a more profound and empathetic comprehension of inherent human vulnerability. He had come to realize that any individual, regardless of their intrinsic power or benevolent intentions, could tragically succumb to forces entirely beyond their dominion. This hard-won insight cultivated within him a greater capacity for empathy towards the shortcomings of others and instilled an unyielding resolve to dedicate the remainder of his existence to the protection of those in need. Yet the paramount query persisted. What specific manifestation should this dedicated service assume? How could an individual possibly expiate an act so utterly unforgivable? The definitive response would emanate from the most improbable of origins, from the very cousin who had perennially harboured a gnawing resentment for Hercules' superior might, and who would now exploit that very strength to inflict a series of public degradations so abject that they might even cause discomfort among the Olympian deities themselves. Indeed, on occasion, the arduous journey towards spiritual redemption necessarily traverses the desolate valley of humiliation. And sometimes it is precisely within that crucible of abasement that a shattered hero must sojourn in order to achieve a renewed sense of completeness. The arduous road to absolution had, as foretold, guided Hercules to the sacred precinct of Delphi, a hallowed site where the revered oracle delivered her enigmatic pronouncements amidst swirling vapours and cryptic utterances. Her resonant words continued to reverberate with insistent clarity within his consciousness as he traversed the parched, ochre-dusted thoroughfare leading him toward the ancient city of Tiryns. You shall render service to Eurystheus for a span of 12 full years. You are to fulfill whatever labours he imposes upon you. Solely through this unwavering obedience shall you be purified of your grievous culpability. One might justifiably ponder the circumstances by which an individual of Hercules' formidable might and heroic stature ultimately found himself indentured to his craven cousin, Eurystheus. This precise outcome was, in fact, the meticulously orchestrated design of Hera. She had ingeniously contrived for Eurystheus to enter the world mere moments preceding Heracles' own birth, thereby establishing him as the legitimate monarch of Tiryns, and conferring upon him the lawful authority to issue commands to the very son of Zeus. It stood as a veritable masterpiece of celestial manipulation, cunningly exploiting Heracles' inherent sense of honour and duty to ensnare him in a web of involuntary servitude. Imagine the dramatic tableau unfolding as Heracles first presented himself at the imposing palace in Tiryns. Eurystheus, in a testament to his profound cowardice, had commissioned the construction of a subterranean bronze chamber, essentially a fortified bunker where he could retreat and conceal himself whenever his potentially perilous cousin made an appearance. The inherent irony of the situation was undeniably palpable. A sovereign so utterly terrified of his own subject that he felt compelled to literally descend beneath the earth's surface to secure his personal safety. Yet, on this particular day, for the inauguration of the very first labour, Eurystheus compelled himself to make a personal appearance. He sat upon his regal throne, attempting to project an air of majestic authority, even as a faint tremor betrayed his apprehension in his hands. Heracles, in a gesture of reluctant submission, knelt before him. One could discern the profound internal struggle etched upon the hero's countenance. Every fibre of his being, every instinctual impulse, urged him to reject this profound indignity. Nevertheless, his solemn vow to the Delphic oracle bound him inextricably to his fate. "Your inaugural assignment," Eurystheus declared, his voice betraying a slight quaver, "is to slay the formidable Nemean lion and present its pelt to me as undeniable corroboration of your success." Now, it might be tempting to perceive this directive as a relatively straightforward undertaking. Hercules, after all, had previously vanquished numerous perilous creatures. However, the Nemean lion was not merely an ordinary beast of prey. This particular entity was the monstrous progeny of truly terrifying progenitors. Its mother, Echidna, was a grotesque hybrid, half woman and half serpent, while its father, Typhon, was a colossal giant crowned with 100 serpentine heads. The lion itself possessed an immense stature, its golden fur shimmering with an almost metallic luster, akin to impenetrable armor, and its formidable claws were capable of rending even the most robust of shields. Crucially, the Nemean lion's hide possessed an impervious quality, rendering it invulnerable to any conventional mortal weapon. Swords would merely buckle against its resilience. Spears would splinter into fragments. Arrows, launched with full force, would harmlessly ricochet off its impenetrable skin. For 3 decades, this fearsome creature had wreaked havoc and instilled terror throughout the rugged hills surrounding Nemea, indiscriminately slaughtering livestock, ambushing unwary travellers, and dispatching any individual audacious enough to attempt its hunt. Whole settlements had been utterly forsaken and deserted due to its relentless and terrifying presence. Hercules, demonstrating a nascent maturity, accepted the formidable assignment without a single protest. Although a deep contemplation now settled in his gaze, he was clearly internalizing the imperative to strategize and deliberate before acting, rather than solely depending on his prodigious might. This burgeoning sagacity, forged in the crucible of profound sorrow, would undoubtedly prove invaluable as he confronted the trials looming on the horizon. The arduous journey to Nemea consumed several days, a period Hercules judiciously employed for intelligence gathering. He methodically visited various roadside inns and secluded farmsteads, engaging in dialogue with anyone who had either encountered the fearsome lion or witnessed its devastating aftermath. The intelligence he amassed was profoundly disquieting. The creature, he discovered, possessed not merely immense physical power, but also a chilling intellect. It was a hunter of sophisticated design, employing elaborate ambushes and demonstrating an uncanny ability to learn from its previous encounters with other, less fortunate pursuers. One twilight evening, while encamped beside a murmuring stream, Hercules encountered an elderly shepherd whose entire flock had been cruelly decimated by the predator. "It's an unnatural thing," the old man recounted, his voice trembling as he stirred the embers of his campfire with a stick. "Ordinary beasts don't typically toy with their prey, but this one, it seemed to relish the act of slaughter, leaving half the sheep untouched, strewn haphazardly as if to make a grim statement." This poignant confession solidified Heracles' nascent suspicions. The Nemean lion was no mere animal. It was a bona fide monster, a living embodiment of unadulterated destructive force. Its defeat would necessitate more than raw physical prowess. It would demand the masterful outwitting of a malevolent and profoundly cunning intelligence. Upon Heracles' eventual arrival in the environs of Nemea, the unequivocal signs of the lion's pervasive reign were starkly evident everywhere. Towering trees bore deep claw marks reaching an astonishing 8 feet from the ground, testaments to the beast's immense stature. The sparse remaining farms in the area had been transformed into veritable fortresses, barricaded and fortified as if preparing for a military siege. The very atmosphere seemed to hum with an oppressive sense of menace, as if the land itself retained a visceral memory of the terror that relentlessly stalked it. Hercules prudently established his temporary encampment within a secluded grove of ancient olive trees, a vantage point offering unobstructed visibility across the surrounding terrain. He dedicated his initial night to silent observation, utilizing his preternatural senses to meticulously map the predator's vast territory. As midnight approached, he heard it, a guttural roar that violently shook the very earth, instantly silencing every other creature in its wake. It was a sound that unequivocally proclaimed absolute dominion, the unmistakable declaration of a predator so supremely confident in its power that it disdained the need for stealth. The following morning, Hercules commenced his arduous hunt with unwavering resolve. He meticulously tracked the lion's path through treacherous rocky valleys and dense scrubland, carefully noting the creature's distinctive movements. The imprints left by its massive paws narrated a tale of immense size coupled with astonishing agility. This was a hunter capable of moving with uncanny silence when it chose, despite possessing a bulk comparable to that of a small horse. For 3 days a tense, silent dance ensued as they circled each other. Hercules occasionally caught fleeting glimpses of golden fur shimmering through the dense underbrush. The lion, for its part, appeared to be scrutinizing him with an intensity equal to his own. An unsettling intelligence permeated these brief encounters, sending a shiver down Hercules' spine. This was clearly more than a mere predator stalking its prey. It was a calculating monster assessing a formidable potential threat. On the 4th day, Hercules resolved to put his theories regarding the lion's rumoured invulnerability to the ultimate test. He strategically positioned himself on a towering ridge, affording him an unimpeded line of sight. With all his formidable skill and supernatural strength guiding his arm, he unleashed his finest arrow. The projectile struck the lion with pinpoint accuracy in the shoulder, yet it merely ricocheted off its hide without inflicting the slightest harm. The colossal beast did not even flinch. Instead, it slowly turned its massive head, fixing its gaze directly upon Hercules, and bared its formidable fangs in what could only be interpreted as a chilling, predatory smile. That night, alone beside his solitary campfire, Hercules grappled intensely with the perplexing problem. His finely crafted sword proved utterly incapable of piercing the creature's impervious hide. His most potent arrows likewise failed to penetrate its supernatural defences. Even his mighty club, hewn from an ancient olive tree and possessing the hardness of iron, seemed woefully inadequate against such impenetrable protection. The fundamental question loomed: how does one vanquish a being that cannot be harmed by conventional weaponry? The profound answer gradually dawned upon him, meticulously constructed from his keen observations and rigorous logical deduction. If the hide could not be breached from the exterior, then perhaps an assault from within was the key. If traditional armaments were useless, what then of the singular weapon he always carried, his own bare hands? The strategy he meticulously devised was fraught with extreme peril, He would have to maneuver himself close enough to the lion to engage it in direct hand-to-hand combat. This would place him within terrifying proximity of its formidable claws and razor-sharp fangs. Yet it was the only viable approach that offered any hope of success. His grim resolve was set. He would have to strangle the colossal beast, skillfully turning its own immense strength against itself. The climactic confrontation unfolded within a narrow, high-sided valley, a naturally formed arena where neither combatant could readily withdraw. Hercules entered this constricted space at the first blush of dawn, making no attempt whatsoever at concealment. He intended for the lion to be fully aware of his impending arrival. He desired this to be an unvarnished, equitable contest, predator against predator. The Nemean lion emerged from its hidden lair like molten gold poured into the terrifying silhouette of death itself. It was even more colossal than Hercules had anticipated, its magnificent mane appearing to radiate with an intrinsic, ethereal luminescence. For a fleeting moment, the two adversaries simply stared, locked in a silent, primal appraisal. The monstrous entity that had terrorized an entire region for countless decades, and the resolute hero who had come to definitively terminate its brutal reign. Then, with an astonishing burst of speed for a creature of its immense size, the lion launched its ferocious charge. Hercules made no attempt to evade or employ any weapon. Instead, he met the headlong assault squarely, wrapping his powerful arms around the beast's massive neck, just as its formidable claws raked agonizingly across his chest. The pain was instantaneous and searingly intense, yet Hercules maintained his unyielding grip. What transpired next was less a conventional battle and more an epic contest of sheer will and raw endurance. The lion thrashed violently and roared with furious desperation, striving to dislodge this impossible prey that steadfastly refused to succumb. Its razor-sharp claws tore savagely at Hercules' back and sides. Its enormous weight threatened to utterly crush him. But Hercules, with grim determination, held firm, slowly, inexorably tightening his vice-like embrace around the creature's throat. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The lion's frenzied struggles grew increasingly desperate, then gradually, perceptibly, began to wane. Hercules felt his own formidable strength ebbing away from the relentless blood loss and profound exhaustion. Yet he could not loosen his hold. This was the profound lesson he had gleaned from the depths of his own personal tragedy. Sometimes ultimate victory demands the sacrifice of everything, including the very certainty of one's own survival. Finally, the immense beast convulsed with a final shuddering tremor, and then went utterly still. The terror that had long haunted Nemea was no more. It had been vanquished not by the thrust of a sword or the flight of a spear, but by the elemental, fearsome power of unyielding human determination. Hercules, releasing his grip, collapsed backward, gasping for breath and bleeding profusely, yet miraculously, profoundly alive. However, the arduous task remained incomplete. King Eurystheus had explicitly demanded the lion's impervious hide as irrefutable proof of its demise, and the acquisition of that hide proved to be nearly as formidable a challenge as the act of slaying the beast itself. It was a stark reminder that nothing could penetrate that gleaming golden fur, not even in death. Hercules attempted to use every blade he possessed, but each one failed to inflict even the most minuscule incision. Then a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his weary mind. If no external implement could sever the hide, what then of the lion's own formidable claws? Utilizing one of the creature's own razor-sharp talons, Hercules meticulously, painstakingly skinned the beast. It was a slow, arduous process, demanding immense patience and precision, but eventually he succeeded in obtaining the complete hide, a resplendent, gleaming golden pelt that would forever become his distinctive, iconic garment. When Heracles ultimately returned to Tiryns, cloaked in the magnificent lion's skin, the impact on King Eurystheus was both immediate and profoundly unsettling. The monarch took one terrified glance at his cousin, blood-stained, adorned in the hide of an indomitable monster, and carrying the creature's colossal head like a grotesque helmet, and promptly fled in terror to his subterranean chamber. From that moment forward, Eurystheus would only communicate with Heracles through the intermediary of a royal herald, too utterly petrified to confront the hero directly. And perhaps such a cautious approach was indeed judicious, for something fundamental had irrevocably transformed within Heracles during the course of this inaugural labour. He had assimilated the profound truth that even the seemingly impossible could be surmounted through the precise synthesis of courage, intellect, and an unwavering, stubborn refusal to yield. Yet, as he stood in the echoing silence of the empty throne room, listening to Eurystheus's muffled pronouncements emanating from the bronze chamber below, Heracles understood with chilling clarity that this was merely the prelude. 11 more Herculean labours awaited him, and the insidious influence of Hera, ever watchful, seemed to intensify with each successive triumph. The existential questions that would inexorably shadow him throughout all his trials were already beginning to coalesce. What would transpire when sheer courage alone proved insufficient? What unimaginable challenge possessed the power to break even the man who had strangled the unstranglable lion? The resplendent golden hide of the lion shimmered brilliantly in the morning sun as Heracles made his way toward Eurystheus's bronze-lined chamber. News of his monumental first success had rapidly disseminated across the entirety of Greece, and throngs of people now lined the roads, eager to catch even a fleeting glimpse of the hero who had achieved the utterly impossible. Yet Heracles scarcely registered their adulation. His formidable mind was already intently focused on whatever daunting challenge lay ahead. From the purported safety of his subterranean bunker, Eurystheus's voice, distorted by the bronze walls, echoed upward through an ingenious speaking tube, a clever contrivance that permitted him to issue commands without having to endure the terrifying sight of his triumphant cousin. "Your second labour," the king announced, his words carrying an unnatural resonance, "is to utterly destroy the Lernaean Hydra, and this time you will undertake it alone." That final stipulation was of paramount importance. Having witnessed Heracles' astonishing victory over the Nemean lion, Hera, the vengeful queen of the gods, had subtly whispered insidious suggestions into Eurystheus's ear. No helpers, no companions. The hero was to confront this monstrous entity in complete isolation, relying solely on his individual strength and innate shrewdness. However, Heracles had gleaned an invaluable lesson from his devoted nephew, Iolaus, concerning the intrinsic nature of both heroism and unwavering loyalty. As he prepared to depart from Tiryns, he discovered the young man patiently awaiting him by his chariot, fully armed and prepared for travel. The king stated, "You must face the Hydra alone. Iolaus remarked with a subtle, knowing smile. But he made no mention of having a charioteer for the journey. One might vividly imagine these two figures as they embarked on their journey toward Lerna, the legendary hero, cloaked in the formidable lion skin, and the eager young man who steadfastly refused to be left behind. Their bond had profoundly deepened since that dreadful night when Iolaus had first managed to penetrate Hercules' profound grief. Now an effortless camaraderie existed between them, a profound friendship that required no constant verbal affirmations to confirm its enduring strength. The surroundings underwent a stark transformation as the travellers drew nearer to the infamous Lernian marshes. The very air, once clear, now felt oppressively dense and humid, saturated with the pungent aroma of still waters and the unmistakable scent of putrefaction. Trees lining their path appeared gnarled and sickly, their branches twisted into grotesque forms. Even the sun's usually vibrant rays seemed to lose their intensity here, diffused by an omnipresent, chilling mist that perpetually ascended from the boggy terrain. Local villagers encountered along the rough track recounted harrowing tales that managed to unsettle even the mighty Hercules himself. The Hydra, they warned, was far more than a mere beast. It was a veritable curse upon the entire region. Its very breath, they whispered, was so profoundly venomous that it withered all plant life for miles around, its malevolent presence corrupting both the water sources and the fertile soil. And most terrifying of all, the monstrous creature possessed 9 distinct heads, each endowed with its own independent faculty of thought. My grandfather once witnessed it, an elderly farmer confessed, his gnarled hands trembling visibly as he spoke, and he described it as a living nightmare. The heads would often bicker amongst themselves, debating the best strategy to pursue their quarry. But when they finally reached a consensus, may the gods have mercy on whatever unfortunate soul they were hunting. As their journey brought them ever closer to the Hydra's dreaded sanctuary, the telltale signs of its pervasive influence became utterly undeniable. Lifeless fish floated inertly, bellies skyward, in streams that should have been vibrant with aquatic activity. Birds in mid-flight would inexplicably plummet from the heavens after venturing too near the toxic swamp. Even the ubiquitous insects seemed unnaturally altered, grotesquely oversized, excessively aggressive, mutated by their exposure to the monster's pervasive poison. Hercules and his nephew Iolaus prudently established their encampment on an elevated hill overlooking the marshland, maintaining a cautious distance to avoid direct exposure to the creature's noxious exhalations. From their strategic vantage point, they could discern the Hydra's lair, a colossal spring where dark, murky waters relentlessly bubbled up from profound subterranean caverns. The spring's perimeter was ominously adorned with the bleached skeletal remains of innumerable victims, both animal and human. That evening, as they meticulously formulated their battle strategy, Hercules shared his grim observations with Iolaus. "It is not merely the poison we must contend with," he remarked, his gaze fixed on the lair through the deepening twilight. "Observe the haphazard scattering of those bones. The Hydra does not merely kill, it derives a perverse pleasure from toying with its prey." Indeed, the macabre arrangement of the skeletal fragments suggested a creature possessing a chillingly cruel intellect. Some skeletons were posed in contorted positions, as if desperately attempting to escape in their final moments. Others were meticulously piled into neat stacks, like grotesque trophies. This was clearly not the indiscriminate carnage of a mindless brute. It was the deliberate handiwork of an entity that revelled in instilling terror. The ensuing morning heralded their inaugural direct confrontation with the fearsome monster. Hercules, honouring his word, advanced toward the spring alone, while Iolaus judiciously maintained a safe distance with the waiting chariot and horses. Their initial strategy was straightforward: entice the Hydra from its hiding place, engage it in combat, and trust that the formidable Nemean lion's hide would offer adequate protection against its virulent toxins. What they had not anticipated, however, was the Hydra's profound patience. For what felt like an eternity, Hercules stood at the periphery of the marsh, issuing loud challenges, hurling stones into the murky depths, and even launching fire arrows into the water. Yet, nothing stirred. The spring remained eerily placid and dark, offering no indication that any living thing resided within its abyssal confines. It was only when Hercules, thoroughly exasperated by the creature's apparent unresponsiveness, finally turned to depart that the Hydra chose to make its dramatic emergence. The water of the spring violently erupted as an enormous mass ascended from its depths. First a single head surfaced, then another and another, until 9 menacing serpentine necks writhed above the water's surface, resembling a sinister forest of malevolent, living trees. The creature's gargantuan body, when it fully revealed itself, was even more horrifying than any of the chilling legends had described. It was of an astonishing size, comparable to a full-grown elephant, its form encased in dark, glistening scales that shimmered with moisture. Each of its 9 heads possessed unique, grotesque features. Some were adorned with sharp horns, others boasted frilled necks, and a few displayed multiple rows of razor-sharp fangs. Yet all of them shared the same piercing, burning red eyes and an identical expression of deeply intelligent, malevolent hatred. The assault was immediate and came from every conceivable direction simultaneously. 9 heads struck independently, each attempting to isolate Hercules, while its counterparts provided a calculated diversion or supporting attack. It was akin to battling 9 distinct serpents at once, each one seemingly learning from the successes and failures of the others. Hercules' initial instinct was to wield his mighty club, and for a fleeting moment it appeared to be effective. A powerful, well-aimed blow crushed one of the smaller heads, causing the colossal creature to recoil with a guttural howl of agony that emanated from its remaining 8 mouths. But as Hercules watched in dawning horror, an impossible phenomenon occurred. Where the single head had been obliterated, 2 new, grotesque ones began to sprout rapidly in its place. This, he realized, was the Hydra's most terrifying and insidious ability, a power that no amount of raw strength could ever hope to overcome through a direct, brute force assault. Each severed head regenerated as 2, paradoxically rendering the creature stronger rather than weaker. Hercules understood with a growing sense of desperation that his customary approach, an overwhelming application of force combined with unwavering determination, would only serve to amplify his formidable enemy's power. The engagement quickly devolved into a nightmarish struggle of frantic dodging and agile weaving as more and more heads proliferated from the monster's previous wounds. What had commenced as 9 formidable opponents swiftly escalated to 11, then 13, then 15. The Hydra's poisonous breath grew increasingly concentrated and pervasive as its numbers burgeoned, compelling Hercules to fight under extreme duress, holding his breath and keeping his eyes half closed against the suffocating, toxic fumes that swirled around him. But Iolaus, observing the escalating chaos from his purportedly safe distance, was not idle. The young man's keen intellect grasped that conventional combat tactics would prove utterly futile in this dire situation. This was not merely a battle, it was a complex puzzle disguised as a confrontation, and it demanded a clever solution, not just brute force. He suddenly recalled ancient stories of regenerating monsters from his childhood, tales that invariably featured fire as the indispensable key to achieving permanent victory. Acting on a sudden surge of inspiration and desperate courage, Iolaus spurred the chariot directly into the heart of the maelstrom. Leaping down with a blazing torch clutched firmly in his hand, he reached the colossal Hydra just as Hercules deftly severed another of its heads. Before the wound could even begin to mend, Iolaus pressed the searing torch against the gaping neck stump, cauterizing it with scorching flames. The effect was instantaneous and utterly decisive. The burned wound did not regenerate. Instead, it sealed permanently, leaving the Hydra with one fewer head and no means whatsoever to replace it. Hercules, instantly comprehending the brilliant maneuver, flashed his nephew a rare grin of unadulterated admiration. What followed was an exquisitely synchronized dance of perfect coordination between hero and helper. Hercules struck with surgical precision, expertly severing the monstrous heads one by one, while Iolaus followed closely behind with his torch, sealing each fresh wound before any hint of regeneration could commence. This intricate ballet demanded split-second timing and absolute, implicit trust between them. Even a moment's hesitation, they knew, and the Hydra's formidable numbers would surge uncontrollably beyond any hope of containment. The colossal monster, now fully aware of the ingenious tactic being employed against it, became increasingly frantic and desperate. Its remaining heads lashed out with renewed, savage fury, attempting to annihilate both heroes before they could continue their systematic dismantling. Streams of corrosive poison sprayed indiscriminately in all directions. The creature's massive body thrashed violently, attempting to crush them beneath its immense weight. But Hercules and Iolaus had found their rhythm, a deadly, efficient tempo. Head after head succumbed to the crushing blows of the club and was permanently sealed by the purifying flame. 9 became 8, then 7, then 6. With each successive victory, the Hydra's overall coordination suffered noticeably. The remaining heads, now gripped by a growing panic, began striking wildly and erratically instead of working together in their former terrifying synergy. When only a single head remained, the Hydra made one final desperate attempt to flee. It began to retreat hastily toward the safety of the spring, hoping to reach the sanctuary of the deep water where the heroes could not possibly follow. But Hercules would not allow it to escape its fate. He leaped with astonishing agility onto the creature's thrashing back, riding it like a wild, bucking horse while he meticulously positioned his club for the decisive final blow. The last head fell with a sickening wet thud, and Iolaus's ever-present torch brought the Hydra's long and dreadful reign of terror to an eternal end. The great, lifeless body convulsed violently once more, then lay utterly still. The noxious, poisonous mist that had hung like a shroud over the marsh for decades began, almost miraculously, to dissipate, and for the first time in living memory, the clean, life-giving sunlight touched the tranquil waters of Lerna. Yet the monumental task was not entirely concluded. Hercules, having learned the imperative of thoroughness in completing his arduous labours, meticulously dipped his arrows into the Hydra's potent blood, thereby creating an arsenal of weapons that would forever carry the monster's deadly poison. These formidable arrows, he knew, would serve him exceptionally well in future challenges, though they would also, tragically, bring unforeseen sorrow to someone he cherished deeply. He also carefully extracted the Hydra's formidable central fang, a curved blade harder than any steel and sharp enough to cleave through virtually anything, even, as he would later discover, the impenetrable hide of the Nemean lion. These hard-won trophies were not merely symbols of his triumph. They were crucial tools that would prove absolutely essential in the formidable trials that still lay ahead. However, upon their triumphant return to Tiryns, King Eurystheus awaited them with a particularly cruel and calculated surprise. "This labour, Hercules, does not count," he announced imperiously from within the confines of his bronze-clad chamber. "You received assistance. Iolaus undeniably aided you with the torch. The explicit task was to confront the Hydra alone." It was a profoundly bitter moment for Hercules, made even more agonizing by the painful realization that Eurystheus was, by the letter of the law, technically correct. But Iolaus, stepping forward, spoke with quiet dignity and profound wisdom. "Uncle," he began, "we have learned something of immense importance here today. Some monsters, some challenges cannot be vanquished by strength alone. They demand friendship, they require cooperation, and they necessitate the willingness to trust in others. If that disqualifies this victory in the eyes of kings, then perhaps the true victory lies not in satisfying the whims of monarchs, but in discovering what truly makes us strong, both individually and together. And perhaps, indeed, that is the ultimate, enduring lesson of the Hydra. Some of life's most formidable challenges, when confronted head-on with brute force, merely multiply in complexity and ferocity. But when we choose to work in concert, when we skillfully combine our diverse strengths and courageously cover each other's inherent weaknesses, even the most seemingly impossible monsters can be definitively defeated. The profound question that inevitably emerges as Hercules steels himself for his next formidable challenge is this: will he truly remember this invaluable lesson when future trials demand not only his legendary strength, but also profound wisdom, unwavering patience, and perhaps even the unexpected courage to be gentle? The dynamic governing the interactions between Hercules and his tormentor, King Eurystheus, had undergone a palpable transformation. Following the contentious and ultimately successful completion of the Hydra's eradication, a fresh strategic calculus began to inform the monarch's punitive assignments. Eurystheus, in a moment of cunning insight, had evidently come to the conclusion that sheer, overwhelming physical might not suffice as the sole instrument for humbling his formidable cousin. Instead, a more intricate and insidious form of torment, designed to chip away at Hercules' spirit rather than merely test his brawn, appeared to be the newly favoured approach. "Your third arduous undertaking," Eurystheus declared, his voice resonating with an almost palpable sense of malicious contentment as it projected through his elongated speaking tube, is to apprehend the legendary Ceryneian Hind, ensuring her capture is effected alive, and that she is delivered to my presence entirely unscathed. You are allotted precisely 1 full year to bring this formidable endeavour to its conclusion. Initially, such an instruction might have been received as a welcome reprieve, especially when juxtaposed against the recent harrowing encounters with monstrous entities possessing noxious exhalations and heads that regenerated with terrifying rapidity. A mere deer, one might ponder how genuinely challenging could that prove to be. Yet, as Hercules absorbed the comprehensive details pertaining to his elusive quarry, a chilling comprehension dawned upon him, revealing the assignment's truly ingenious and deeply malevolent cunning. The Ceryneian hind, it quickly became apparent, transcended the definition of any ordinary cervine creature. She was, in fact, an entity of breathtaking, almost ethereal loveliness, adorned with magnificent golden antlers that shimmered with an incandescent glow, as if they had ensnared and held captive the very rays of the sun. Her hooves, crafted from gleaming bronze, produced a resonant, bell-like chime with every swift stride she took across the land. Crucially, this extraordinary animal held a consecrated status, being profoundly sacred to Artemis, the revered goddess of the hunt and wild places. Furthermore, she enjoyed an explicit mantle of divine safeguarding, rendering her inviolable. To inflict any fatal injury upon her would undoubtedly provoke the unbridled fury of Artemis herself, a consequence no mortal could hope to withstand. Yet the truly insidious core of this demanding ordeal lay in another formidable attribute. The hind possessed a velocity utterly unprecedented by any mortal understanding. She was capable of effortlessly outstripping the swiftest currents of the wind, traversing immense distances, hundreds of miles, within the span of a single day, all without exhibiting the slightest sign of fatigue. For the duration of an entire year, Hercules was thus obligated to relentlessly track this seemingly unattainable creature, all the while strictly forbidden from inflicting any injury upon her. He understood implicitly that his failure would not merely signify a personal humiliation, but would inexorably invite the calamitous retribution of the gods. One might vividly envision Hercules as he made his meticulous preparations for this particular labour, an undertaking dramatically divergent from the brutal confrontational engagements that had defined his previous trials. Eschewing the customary panoply of weapons and protective armour, his satchel instead contained an array of specialised equipment, finely woven hunting nets, resilient ropes, and ample provisions carefully calculated to sustain him throughout what promised to be an exceedingly protracted expedition. His loyal companion, Iolaus, ever ready to lend his aid, extended an offer to accompany him. However, Hercules met the proposal with a decisive shake of his head. "This is an endeavour I must face in solitude," he articulated, his voice imbued with a quiet resolve. "Not solely because Eurystheus has decreed it, but because I sense within myself a profound necessity to unearth a vital truth about my own being." The arduous pursuit commenced amidst the undulating hills surrounding Cerynea, a region where the elusive hind was most frequently sighted by the sparse inhabitants. The local shepherds, their voices hushed with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, spoke of her only in murmurs, recounting fleeting glimpses of a radiant golden luminescence that traversed the dense woodland with a speed surpassing human comprehension. She is akin to a fragment of the sun itself, somehow detached and gifted with the ability to sprint. An aged woman, her face etched with the wisdom of years, confided to Hercules. Her beauty defies all linguistic description, yet she remains, by all accounts, utterly uncapturable. For the initial span of several months, Heracles diligently pursued the hind, employing a repertoire of conventional hunting strategies. He meticulously tracked her distinctive hoof prints, a task rendered somewhat less formidable by the fact that her bronze hooves imprinted uniquely identifiable marks upon the pliant earth. Through patient observation, he assimilated knowledge of her favoured routes, the pristine springs from which she quenched her thirst, and the verdant meadows where she habitually grazed. Nevertheless, with an exasperating consistency, each instant he managed to draw sufficiently near to glimpse her, she would inexplicably dissipate, fading from view like an ephemeral golden reverie. The hind, it appeared, was acutely cognizant of his relentless pursuit, yet she did not exhibit the panicked flight characteristic of a typical wild creature. Instead, an almost mischievous, playful characteristic seemed to infuse their prolonged chase. She would calmly partake of the lush grasses in a meadow until Heracles had approached just close enough to contemplate an attempt at her apprehension, only to then spring away with motions of such unparalleled grace they appeared meticulously choreographed. On occasion she would even pause, turning her head to cast a backward glance, as if to ascertain his continued presence in her wake. The vibrant hues of summer gradually yielded to the russet tones of autumn, which, in turn, surrendered to the stark embrace of winter. Heracles, through his unwavering observation, began to discern and interpret the cyclical progression of the seasons by closely monitoring the hind's adaptive behaviours. During the sun-drenched months of summer, she exhibited a distinct preference for the elevated tranquillity of the mountain meadows. As autumn descended, she would gracefully migrate to the sprawling oak groves, where an abundant supply of fallen acorns provided a readily accessible source of sustenance. Winter's chill found her seeking refuge in the sheltered lower valleys, where the perennial streams flowed with a comforting warmth, fed by subterranean springs. Yet, irrespective of the depth of Heracles' understanding regarding her intricate habits and migratory patterns, he proved utterly incapable of bridging that crucial ultimate distance. The hind consistently remained precisely one stride in advance, one elusive bound beyond his grasp. For an individual whose entire life had been predicated upon resolving formidable challenges through the application of formidable strength and unyielding determination, this relentless cycle of tantalizing near success morphed into a singularly refined, almost gentle form of psychological torment. It was during the protracted, frigid nights of winter, as Heracles lay encamped in solitary vigil beneath a canopy of stars that appeared impossibly remote and indifferent, that a profound revelation began to dawn upon him regarding the true pedagogical essence of this arduous labour. He was, in effect, undergoing an intense tutelage in the art of patience, not the familiar, gritted-teeth endurance upon which he had invariably depended throughout his heroic career, but rather a more profound, serene acceptance of the intrinsic nature of phenomena that simply could not be coerced or hastened. His perception sharpened, and he commenced observing minutiae he had previously overlooked. The ethereal manner in which the morning mist gracefully ascended from the winding streams, the unique luminescence that permeated through the diverse foliage of varying arboreal species, the subtle modulation in the melodies of birdsong that accompanied the changing seasons. For the very first time since the devastating tragedy of his family's demise, Hercules began to discover a nascent sense of tranquility in the simple act of existing in the present moment, rather than being perpetually consumed by the relentless drive to achieve or conquer. With the gentle advent of spring, a discernible, albeit subtle, alteration in the intricate dynamic between hunter and quarry began to manifest. While the magnificent hind continued to artfully evade any definitive capture, there now emerged intermittent periods during which she no longer immediately bolted in alarm at Heracles' measured approach. Instead, she would continue to graze with an almost serene composure, even as he positioned himself perfectly still at a distance of approximately 50 yards, neither attempting to advance nor to retreat. These quiet, peaceful interludes, characterized by a shared, unspoken understanding, grew progressively more common and extended in duration as the ensuing months unfolded. Then, one luminous morning in the late stages of spring, as Heracles sat in quiet contemplation beside a crystalline stream, partaking of his humble breakfast comprising bread and olives, the hind materialized on the opposing bank. She was sufficiently near that he could distinctly discern the individual golden filaments of her lustrous coat and perceive the profound, warm intelligence reflected within her dark, liquid eyes. For an extended, hushed moment, they simply observed one another across the gently flowing water, a silent communion passing between them. Subsequently, a truly extraordinary event unfolded. The hind, with an exquisite delicacy, stepped into the cool current of the stream and commenced her unhurried passage directly towards him. Every primal hunting instinct within Heracles screamed for him to seize his net, to initiate his decisive move, yet an inner wisdom, newly acquired, conveyed an absolute certainty that such an action would irrevocably shatter the burgeoning trust. Instead, with a remarkable display of self-restraint, he continued to consume his simple meal, feigning an air of utter normalcy, as if nothing out of the ordinary were transpiring. The hind gracefully emerged from the cool stream, advancing towards him with a deliberate, cautious gait, yet entirely devoid of any discernible fear. She drew so near that Heracles could, with a mere extension of his arm, have easily caressed her resplendent golden flank. Instead, he thoughtfully broke off a portion of his bread and extended it to her upon his open, waiting palm. She delicately sniffed the offering, then accepted it with an astonishing, almost tender gentleness. Her soft lips brushed against his skin, a sensation as light and smooth as the finest silk. For several tranquil minutes they partook of the morning repast in a comfortable, profound silence. A legendary hero and divinely consecrated deer, traditionally predator and prey, discovered an unforeseen bond of friendship born from the very pursuit that had intrinsically shaped their existences for nearly an entire year. It was precisely within this ephemeral instant of perfect peace that Heracles attained a profound understanding of the authentic essence of his assigned task. He was not intended to subdue the hind through overt force or through the cunning employment of intricate snares. Rather, his true objective was to cultivate her trust so utterly and completely that she would, of her own volition, elect to accompany him. The fundamental nature of this labour, he now comprehended, transcended mere conquest. It was at its very core a profound lesson in the cultivation of relationship. Throughout the subsequent days, this novel pattern of interaction became firmly established. The hind would regularly seek him out during his periods of rest, readily accepting sustenance directly from his hand, and even permitting him to gently caress her elegant neck. Yet, with an unwavering autonomy, she consistently preserved her inherent freedom, never drawing so intimately close that he might have been able to restrain her against her will. Ultimately, with a mere week remaining before the expiration of his arduous year-long deadline, Hercules made a profound decision, one that, by his own admission, astonished even himself. He approached the magnificent creature not with the implements of capture, no ropes or nets, but with the power of spoken language. "Lady," he addressed her with a tone of formal deference, explicitly acknowledging her sacred divine essence. "I find myself in dire need of your benevolent assistance. I appeal to you not as a hunter seeking to ensnare his quarry, but as one who humbly requests a favour from a trusted friend." He then articulated his predicament with unvarnished honesty, recounting the gruelling sequence of his labours, the crushing weight of his guilt concerning his family's tragic fate, and his desperate, profound yearning for redemption. The hind listened with what appeared to be an almost human-like attentiveness, her head tilted in a gesture of thoughtful consideration. When he concluded his heartfelt plea, the hind gracefully approached him and, to his utter astonishment, gently settled down at his feet. She was, in this sublime gesture, offering herself willingly, placing her complete trust in his solemn promise that she would remain entirely unharmed. It was a moment imbued with such profound, unblemished grace that Hercules found his eyes unexpectedly brimming with tears. The return journey to Tiryns proved to be an experience utterly unprecedented in Heracles' long and eventful life. The Cyrenaean hind, now a willing participant, traversed the landscape beside him, not as a captive but as a cherished companion. At times she would range gracefully ahead, acting as a natural scout for their shared path, while at other moments she would leisurely fall behind, her keen senses engaged in the investigation of intriguing new scents. She possessed the inherent capability to bolt and vanish at any given instant, yet with each passing mile she steadfastly elected to remain. This profound and conscious choice on her part fundamentally altered the entire intrinsic character of the labour, elevating it from a task of mere capture to an affirmation of mutual respect and understanding. Upon their arrival at the royal palace, Eurystheus, a monarch typically cloistered within his subterranean chambers, emerged into the light for the very first time since the commencement of Heracles' assigned labours. The astonishing spectacle of the resplendent golden hind gracefully pacing at liberty alongside the hero was so utterly unanticipated that even the notoriously craven king was compelled by an overwhelming surge of curiosity to witness it firsthand. "By what means did you achieve her capture?" Eurystheus inquired, his tone clearly betraying an expectation of some elaborate narrative involving ingenious snares or the application of overwhelming physical might. "I did not, in fact, capture her," Heracles responded with an understated simplicity that carried immense weight. "I extended an invitation for her to accompany me, and she, of her own accord, elected to accept." It is often the case that the seemingly impossible can be rendered achievable when we cease our attempts to coerce and instead endeavour to comprehend. As if to underscore the profound truth embedded within Heracles' words, the hind gracefully stepped forward and gently brushed Eurystheus' outstretched hand with her delicate nose, a gesture of amicable salutation rather than one of coerced submission. The king, despite the multitude of his personal failings, found himself momentarily transfixed, recognizing instinctively that he stood in the immediate presence of something intrinsically sacred and undeniably wondrous. Nevertheless, the strictures of the labour mandated its complete fulfilment in accordance with its stipulated conditions, which explicitly demanded the delivery of the hind into Eurystheus' direct control. This particular juncture represented a profound test of every lesson Heracles had absorbed regarding the intrinsic value of trust and the power of gentleness. The poignant question arose, how could one simultaneously uphold the precise letter of an onerous obligation and yet preserve the profound spirit of the unique friendship that had blossomed? The elegant resolution to this perplexing conundrum originated remarkably from the hind herself, as if possessing an innate comprehension of the intricate ethical dilemma. She graciously permitted Heracles to encircle her neck with a delicate golden collar, not an instrument of confinement, but rather a potent emblem of their extraordinary mutual accord. Subsequently, she proceeded to walk with serene composure into the opulent royal stables, settling comfortably into a stall meticulously prepared with abundant fresh hay and pristine water. There she remained for precisely 3 days, a duration meticulously calculated to satisfy the technical stipulations of the labour. Then, on the dawn of the 4th morning, she simply, ethereally, vanished. The stall stood empty, the golden collar was gone, and no discernible trace of her presence lingered, save for a solitary, shimmering golden hair discovered upon Heracles' pillow, a precious, enduring token of their friendship, destined to serve as a perpetual reminder of the invaluable lessons gleaned during their transformative year together. Within the confines of the now vacant enclosure, Heracles found himself in a moment of profound introspection, contemplating the unexpected wisdom gleaned from this most peculiar of his assigned tasks. He had come to understand that certain triumphs could only be realized through the virtue of patience, that some relationships necessitated a foundation of trust rather than an exertion of dominance, and that at times the most potent action one could undertake was simply to permit another to willingly choose proximity. Yet, even as he savoured these burgeoning insights, a disquieting question lingered regarding the nature of the next formidable trial. Should Eurystheus' malevolence continue to evolve in its ingenuity, what insuperable challenge would emerge, designed not merely to test Heracles' formidable physical might, but rather the very essence of the hero he was gradually becoming? A profound chill had descended upon the Hellenic lands, enshrouding Greece in a wintry embrace, rendering the serene recollection of the Golden Hind a relic of a more clement, bygone era. As Heracles made his deliberate approach toward Eurystheus' royal residence, his breath plumed into ephemeral clouds in the frigid atmosphere, while the pristine snow crunched audibly beneath his resolute footsteps. On this occasion, when the monarch's pronouncement reverberated from his subterranean bronze chamber, it carried an unmistakable undertone of vexation, a quality absent in prior declarations. The prior undertaking involving the hind had undeniably deviated from its intended design. Eurystheus had harboured fervent hopes of witnessing Hercules grapple with an utterly impossible endeavour, not forge an unexpected rapport with his designated quarry. Consequently, the king was now resolutely determined to devise a challenge that would exploit what he perceived as his cousin's principal vulnerability, his innate predilection for unbridled aggression. "Your fourth labour," Eurystheus declared with an edge to his voice, "is to apprehend the Erymanthian boar alive and transport it to my presence. This monstrous beast has been systematically terrorizing the rugged slopes of Mount Erymanthos, indiscriminately slaying anyone who dares to trespass within its dominion. You shall deliver it here, alive, entirely uninjured, and brought completely under your command." One might be inclined to perceive this directive as analogous to the capture of the Hind, another mission centered on retrieval rather than execution. However, a pivotal distinction existed. The Ceryneian hind was a creature endowed with inherent grace and a discerning intellect, capable of selecting cooperation. The Erymanthian boar, conversely, represented raw, unadulterated fury materialized, a grotesque entity so utterly consumed by its own rage that it violently assailed anything that stirred, even its own distorted reflection in placid waters. Attempt to conjure an image of this formidable beast. Envision a feral hog of colossal proportions, rivaling the dimensions of a modest dwelling, armed with tusks that curved menacingly like sharpened scimitars, and eyes that blazed with an unceasing infernal wrath. Its hide, as impervious as a coat of mail, bore the indelible scars of innumerable skirmishes with hunters who had deluded themselves into believing they could claim it as a trophy. Most unsettling of all, it appeared to derive genuine gratification from acts of destruction, deliberately veering from its path to devastate agricultural fields and systematically dismantle any structure conceived and erected by human hands. Nevertheless, Heracles had assimilated crucial lessons from his preceding trials. Brute force alone was not invariably the definitive solution, and at times the most direct course of action proved to be the least efficacious. As he prepared for the arduous expedition to Mount Erymanthos, he meticulously packed not merely his customary armaments, but also an assortment of ropes, intricate nets, and various specialized implements designed for capture rather than obliteration. The arduous journey led him through some of the most breathtaking winter vistas throughout the entirety of Greece. Snow-draped mountains ascended majestically, resembling slumbering titans silhouetted against a sky of such an intense azure it seemed to have been meticulously painted. Pine trees wore pristine white caps, and swift, dark streams carved their way between banks of immaculate snow. It would have presented an idyllic backdrop for quiet contemplation and inner tranquility, were it not for the progressively undeniable indicators of the boar's menacing presence. As Heracles ascended further into the mountainous terrain, the overwhelming evidence of the creature's destructive fury became utterly impossible to disregard. Entire stands of ancient trees had been violently toppled, their robust trunks fractured like brittle twigs. Boulders, some as massive as small houses, had been dislodged from their primordial resting places, where they had lain undisturbed for millennia. Even the very topography of the land itself appeared to bear the indelible scars etched by the boar's relentless rampage. Yet it was upon Heracles' discovery of his first human casualty that the true, harrowing extent of this creature's malevolence crystallized. A hunter's encampment, clearly abandoned in precipitous haste, narrated a silent tale of profound terror and desperate flight. Equipment lay strewn haphazardly, as if discarded in the frantic throes of an escape. A cooking fire had long since dwindled to cold grey ashes, and unmistakable tracks imprinted in the snow vividly illustrated the panicked trajectory of someone fleeing toward the sanctuary of the lower valleys. Hercules meticulously followed these telling tracks and, in time, located the hunter, a man of middle age named Pholus, who had sought precarious sanctuary within a cave alongside several other beleaguered survivors. They greeted Hercules with the profound, desperate gratitude of individuals who had endured weeks of unremitting dread. "It is not merely an animal," Pholus elucidated as they huddled around a meagre fire that evening. "Animals typically kill for sustenance, for territorial defense, or in self-preservation. This entity, however, kills for pure, unadulterated pleasure. I have witnessed it pursue deer for miles, not with the intent of devouring them, but solely to revel in the exhilarating sensation of the chase. And when it finally seizes them," he shivered uncontrollably, leaving the horrifying conclusion unspoken. From these traumatized survivors, Hercules gleaned invaluable intelligence concerning the boar's behavioral patterns. It exhibited its peak activity during fierce storms, as if the tumultuous chaos of wind and snow served to amplify its intrinsic rage. It possessed no fixed lairs, preferring instead to ceaselessly traverse the expansive mountainside. Most critically, it appeared to be progressively increasing in both its colossal size and its innate aggression with each passing month, as though its very fury provided sustenance for its relentless growth. Equipped with this vital intelligence, Hercules initiated his hunt by patiently awaiting the opportune meteorological conditions. When a formidable blizzard enveloped the mountain, he strategically positioned himself within a constricted valley that the boar frequently utilized as a customary transit route. His meticulously crafted strategy was predicated upon astute observation and unwavering patience, rather than a brute force confrontation, skills he had only recently begun to cultivate and master. The boar manifested through the swirling snow like a spectral nightmare, its immense form scarcely discernible until it was perilously close enough to launch a devastating charge. However, instead of engaging it head-on, Hercules executed an unanticipated maneuver. He commenced a retreat, not born of fear but executed with calculated precision, artfully guiding the creature toward an elaborate trap he had painstakingly constructed over several days. You see, Hercules had astutely observed that the boar's inherent rage rendered its actions entirely predictable. Upon perceiving a potential victim, it would charge immediately and with unswerving directness, never once entertaining the notion that this might be precisely the outcome its adversary desired. By feigning flight, Hercules successfully ignited the creature's primal pursuit instinct, all the while retaining absolute control over the precise trajectory of the chase. The trap itself was a marvel of elegant simplicity. Higher up the mountain, Hercules had discovered a naturally formed basin, profoundly filled with an immense depth of snow, so deep, in fact, that even the colossal boar would inevitably sink into it and become inextricably ensnared. The paramount challenge lay in reaching this basin while maintaining a sufficient lead over a creature that, despite its immense bulk, could run with a speed exceeding that of a galloping horse. The ensuing chase through the raging blizzard metamorphosed into an epic trial of both physical endurance and masterful navigation. Hercules bounded nimbly from craggy rock to treacherous rock, slid expertly down perilous snow-covered slopes, and exploited every strategic advantage the unforgiving terrain offered. Behind him, the enraged boar crashed through the dense forest like a living avalanche, its fury intensifying with every passing minute that its elusive prey remained tantalizingly beyond its grasp. Yet Heracles had meticulously calculated the distance with absolute precision. Just as his own formidable strength began to wane, he reached the precipice of the snow basin. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself across the perilous gap to the solid ground of the far side. The boar, propelled by unadulterated wrath and utterly incapable of halting its relentless charge, plunged directly and irrevocably into the profound depths of the snow. What transpired next possessed an almost farcical quality. The formidable monster that had held an entire region in thrall found itself utterly immobilized, resembling an enormous, irate piglet. Its unbridled rage served only to exacerbate its predicament. Every violent thrash and desperate struggle drove it deeper into the yielding snow. Within mere minutes, only its massive head and the formidable tips of its tusks remained visible above the white expanse. But now arrived the truly arduous phase, extricating the creature from its snowy prison and transporting it back to Tiryns without succumbing to its lethal wrath in the process. A trapped boar, after all, remained a mortally dangerous boar, and this particular specimen was now incensed beyond all reason at having been outmanoeuvred by a mere mortal. Heracles addressed this multifaceted challenge with an ingenious blend of practical engineering and astute psychology, meticulously working within the creature's severely restricted range of movement. He commenced constructing a robust wooden cage directly around the boar, while it remained inextricably embedded in the snow. It was a painstaking, perilous undertaking. Each individual plank had to be positioned with absolute precision to evade those razor-sharp, slashing tusks. But eventually he succeeded in fashioning a mobile prison sufficiently formidable to contain even this colossal, enraged monster. The psychological dimension emerged when the time came to excavate the boar from the snow. Rather than simply releasing it into its newly built cage, Heracles engaged the creature in continuous dialogue throughout his laborious efforts. He did not anticipate comprehension, but rather harboured the hope that the sustained resonance of a calm, unwavering voice might exert some calming influence upon its mind, which was so thoroughly clouded by fury. "Easy now, friend," he murmured reassuringly as he shoveled snow away from the boar's massive flanks. "I understand your anger, and you are entirely justified in feeling it. Being trapped is a frightening experience, but I am not here to inflict harm upon you. I am here to offer you an opportunity to transcend your current existence and become something more than merely an engine of destruction." Whether the boar genuinely comprehended his words or simply exhausted itself through its desperate struggles, a remarkable transformation unfolded during the protracted process of excavation. The creature's incessant roaring and violent thrashing gradually diminished. By the time Heracles had painstakingly cleared away the final vestiges of snow, the boar lay quiescent, observing him with eyes that, while still burning with an ember of anger, also betrayed a faint glimmer of what might almost be curiosity. The arduous return journey to Tyrene spanned several weeks, evolving into a profound educational experience for both the heroic figure and the formidable beast. Heracles discovered that even the most utterly rage-filled creature possessed fundamental needs beyond mere destruction, needs for sustenance, for shelter, and for something that bordered on companionship. The boar, for its part, appeared to ascertain that not all human beings were inherently hostile entities destined for annihilation. By the time they finally reached the royal palace, an event of unprecedented significance had transpired. The Erymanthian boar, though still securely confined within its cage, no longer thrashed violently against its bars, instead permitting Heracles to approach sufficiently close to gently scratch behind its formidable ears. It remained undeniably a creature of immense peril. Those formidable tusks retained the capacity to disembowel a man in a matter of seconds. Yet the ceaseless consuming fury that had once defined it had been supplanted by a state closely resembling tranquility. From his fortified bronze chamber peering through the sophisticated lens of a periscope, Eurystheus could scarcely credit the spectacle unfolding before his very eyes. "But how?" he vociferated, his voice echoing with incredulity. "How could you possibly transform a fearsome beast into that?" Heracles, ever the thoughtful hero, paused, allowing the weight of the question to settle before offering his considered reply. "I have come to believe it was perhaps never truly a monster at its core. Instead, it might have been a creature so profoundly wounded and terrified for such an extended period that an unyielding fury became its sole mechanism for navigating the world. Once I demonstrated to it that not every interaction necessitated a struggle. It gradually recalled that alternative modes of existence were, in fact, possible. The once dreaded boar now peacefully resided within a meticulously designed enclosure nestled amidst the verdant royal gardens, evolving into a rather peculiar yet beloved tourist attraction. Young children, with their innocent curiosity, would frequently visit to offer it crisp apples and observe its contented wallowing in the cool, soft mud. Never again did it exhibit the destructive ferocity that had once cast a shadow of terror over the formidable slopes of Mount Erymanthos. Yet, as Heracles observed this serene tableau, his mind was drawn to the deeper philosophical insights embedded within this arduous labour. If even the most inherently violent of creatures could discover tranquillity when approached with unwavering patience and profound respect, what profound implications did this hold for the fundamental nature of humanity? What did it suggest regarding the elusive possibility of redemption for an individual who had committed truly dreadful acts? And perhaps, as he steeled himself for the unknown trials that lay ahead, the most pressing question of all, what would happen when the entity requiring pacification was not a wild beast, but rather the insidious corruption and moral decay that inevitably accumulated when individuals ceased to concern themselves with the far-reaching repercussions of their deeds? The placid image of the reformed boar, grazing contentedly within the manicured royal gardens, remained vividly etched in Heracles' memory when Eurystheus' summons for his fifth labour arrived. This time, however, a subtle yet distinct change permeated the king's voice. A particular inflection of satisfaction, almost gloating, hinted unmistakably that this forthcoming assignment was poised to be the most demeaning and mortifying yet conceived. Your subsequent undertaking, Eurystheus declared from the imposing confines of his bronze chamber, his pronouncements laced with an unmistakable, malevolent delight, is to meticulously cleanse the stables belonging to King Augeas, and to accomplish this formidable feat within the span of a single day, every single one of them, completely, until they gleam with absolute spotlessness. Now, one might reasonably ponder why the seemingly prosaic task of stable cleaning would be deemed a fitting challenge for the most celebrated hero in all of Greece. But Eurystheus, ever the meticulous schemer, had conducted his exhaustive research, and he possessed an exact comprehension of the monumental scale of his demand. King Augeas of Elis, a monarch renowned for his immense wealth, possessed a greater number of cattle than any other individual across the entire known world, an astonishing 3,000 head of the most magnificent and prized livestock in existence, and in a testament to unparalleled neglect, he had never once undertaken the cleaning of their vast stables, not a single time in 3 decades. Endeavour to visualize, if your imagination permits, the monumental accumulation of waste from 3,000 cattle over the protracted period of 3 decades. These stables were not merely soiled, they had become veritable geological strata of manure, layer upon layer of putrid refuse that had steadily amassed until the original bedrock floor lay buried beneath a staggering 30 feet of solid corruption. The noxious effluvium emanating from this colossal cesspit could be detected from several miles distant, and the innumerable flies that swarmed above the stables formed dense, pulsating clouds visible even from neighbouring kingdoms. Yet, the true stroke of genius in Eurystheus's calculated cruelty resided in the stringent time constraint. A mere 24 hours. A monumental undertaking that would typically demand the concerted efforts of hundreds of labourers over many months was to be brought to completion between the rising and setting of a single sun by one solitary individual. It was not merely an endeavour of physical impossibility, it was meticulously engineered to be profoundly demoralizing, to systematically reduce the formidable hero to the abject status of the lowliest servant. As Hercules embarked upon his journey towards the distant lands of Elis, he found ample opportunity to ponder the profound implications of this particular labour. His preceding tasks had rigorously tested his formidable physical strength, his unwavering courage, his boundless patience, and his innate wisdom. This latest assignment, however, appeared to be crafted with the singular, insidious purpose of subjecting him to ultimate humiliation. Yet, perhaps, it was precisely this quality that imbued it with a unique and unforeseen significance. Perhaps the profound lesson of discovering inherent dignity in the most humble and unglamorous of work was an integral stage on his arduous path towards eventual redemption. The overwhelming stench assailed him long before the stables themselves came into view. It was an effluvium so profound, so intricate in its composition, that it seemed to possess distinct strata, the pungent, acrid bite of freshly deposited waste, the rich, earthy complexity of decades-old decomposition, and beneath it all, an underlying putrescence so fundamentally rotten that it caused the eyes to water uncontrollably, and the stomach to churn in visceral revolt. When Hercules finally reached the opulent palace of King Augeas, he encountered a sovereign who appeared genuinely mortified by his widely recognized and long-standing neglect. Augeas was, in most other regards, a virtuous man, generous in his hospitality towards guests, fair in his governance of subjects, and universally acclaimed for the exceptional quality of his prized cattle. But somehow, the daunting chore of cleansing his stables had perpetually been deferred until tomorrow, and that elusive tomorrow had inexplicably stretched into 3 full decades. I am acutely aware of its current state, Algeias admitted, his gaze conspicuously avoiding Hercules as they both surveyed the monumental expanse of filth. I continually intend to commission a team of men to address it. But the undertaking has escalated to such an gargantuan scale that I genuinely wouldn't even comprehend where to commence, and the sheer financial outlay. Can you fathom the astronomical cost of engaging a sufficient number of workers to relocate all of that? Hercules attempted to traverse the interior of the stables, or rather, he endeavoured to. In the vast majority of sections, the accumulated refuse reached an astonishing height, nearly touching the very roof, thereby delineating only constricted passages between towering, malodorous walls of solid filth. The cattle themselves had remarkably adapted to this environment by residing predominantly outdoors, utilizing the cavernous stables solely during periods of the most inclement weather. They appeared paradoxically to be in robust health, yet the ceaseless waste generated by their daily activities simply exacerbated the perpetually escalating predicament. Standing amidst this colossal monument to chronic procrastination, Hercules confronted a profound crisis of methodology. His customary approaches, raw physical strength, unyielding determination, and direct confrontational action, would prove utterly ineffectual here. Even if he were to toil without respite from the first blush of dawn until the fading twilight, he could not hope to manually shift even a mere tenth of this prodigious mess. This particular labour demanded an entirely different faculty. It required profound innovation. Hercules dedicated the remainder of that day to meticulously surveying the terrain surrounding the stables, scrutinizing the geography with the discerning eye of an accomplished engineer rather than that of a seasoned warrior. He observed that 2 significant rivers, the powerful Alpheus and the serene Peneus, flowed in relatively close proximity to the vast stable complex. More critically, he discerned that with a measure of ingenious excavation, their natural courses could be temporarily diverted to channel their waters directly through the very heart of the corrupted edifices. That evening he presented his audacious plan to King Algeias. "I am confident I can cleanse your stables in a single day," he stated with quiet assurance, "but I shall require assistance with the preliminary preparations. Grant me the aid of 50 of your men for the duration of the night, and by tomorrow evening your stables will be rendered absolutely spotless." Algeias, driven to desperation after decades of profound embarrassment, assented without a moment's hesitation. "If you can genuinely achieve this miracle," he declared, his voice trembling with a mixture of hope and disbelief, "I pledge to bestow upon you a tenth of my cattle as payment, 300 of the finest animals to be found anywhere in Greece." Hercules accepted the generous offer, though he was acutely aware that he could not, in good conscience, retain the payment for himself. The arduous labours were intended as a form of penance, a spiritual purification, not a means of personal enrichment. Nevertheless, the promise of such a substantial reward served as an additional impetus to ensure that the necessary assistance was indeed provided. Throughout the entire night, Hercules and the 50 dedicated workers toiled with a singular focus, and an astonishing intensity that genuinely astonished even these men, who were themselves accustomed to the most arduous forms of manual labour. They were engaged in far more than simply moving earth. They were, in essence, reshaping the very landscape itself, meticulously carving out channels that would ultimately redirect the immense power of two major rivers towards a singular, unprecedented objective. The work was undeniably backbreaking, yet it was imbued with a deep, intrinsic satisfaction. These men had endured the pervasive shame of their king's abominably filthy stables for countless years, paralyzed in their inability to address the problem due to its sheer, overwhelming scale. Now, at long last, they were actively participating in an endeavour that promised to resolve the deeply entrenched issue permanently. As the first faint blush of dawn broke over the horizon, the final intricate preparations were meticulously completed. Two expertly engineered channels now stretched from the rivers to the stables, equipped with sturdy wooden gates poised to precisely regulate the immense flow. Additional channels, strategically positioned on the far side, were ready to convey the torrent of water, and whatever it washed away, safely downstream to expansive areas where the nutrient-rich waste could actually serve to fertilize and rejuvenate the land. The pivotal moment of truth arrived as the sun ascended to its zenith. Hercules and his dedicated helpers, working in perfect synchronicity, simultaneously flung open the gates, and the combined, overwhelming might of the two rivers surged through the Aegean stables like a colossal, purifying deluge. What transpired next was a spectacle both breathtaking and profoundly gratifying to behold. A full 30 years' worth of accumulated filth was utterly swept away in a mere matter of hours. The relentless rushing water scoured the original floors clean, revealing ancient stone and bedrock that had lain hidden for decades, and carried away the monumental, seemingly insurmountable mess that had defied all previous attempts at resolution. Yet this was not simply an act of destruction. It was, in its essence, a profound renewal. As the immense flood of water continued its relentless passage through the stables, it performed an even more remarkable transformation. The ancient, solidified build-up of waste, when thoroughly mixed with the fast-flowing river water, became a rich, potent fertilizer that would nourish and benefit farmland for many miles downstream. The very corruption that had appeared to be nothing more than an intractable problem was being miraculously transmuted into something immensely useful and life-giving. By the mid-afternoon, the monumental task was comprehensively completed. Where once stood stables so utterly foul that their stench permeated the air for neighbouring kingdoms, there now stood clean, gleaming buildings with stone floors that shimmered, still wet under the bright sunlight. The powerful rivers were skillfully redirected back to their original natural courses, leaving behind structures that were not merely clean, but truly revitalized. King Algaeus was so profoundly overcome with an outpouring of joy and immense relief that he openly wept. 30 years, he repeatedly murmured. 30 years I have endured this gnawing shame, and you, Hercules, have resolved it in a single day. He immediately issued commands for his men to present 300 of his finest cattle, thereby honouring his solemn promise of payment. However, at this juncture, Hercules confronted an unforeseen moral dilemma. He had meticulously completed the labour precisely as stipulated. The stables were impeccably clean. The prodigious work was accomplished within the single allotted day, and he had achieved it largely through his own exceptional effort and brilliant strategic planning. Yet he had also entered into an agreement with Algaius that would personally benefit him, a circumstance that seemed to fundamentally contravene the very spirit of selfless penance that the labours were intended to embody. After a period of intense and deep consideration, Hercules arrived at a decision that astonished everyone present, including himself. He accepted the magnificent cattle, but without a moment's hesitation, he immediately gave them all away. Some were distributed among the diligent workers who had assisted with the arduous excavation, while others were gifted to impoverished farmers in the region who desperately needed livestock to sustain their struggling families. He retained not a single animal for himself. When the tidings of this accomplishment reached the ears of Eurystheus, the monarch's reaction was both rapid and entirely anticipated. "This particular feat does not count," he pronounced with finality, his voice ringing with unyielding judgment. Hercules accepted remuneration for his efforts, thereby transforming it into a mere commercial exchange rather than a true act of atonement. Furthermore, he employed the natural force of rivers to perform the bulk of the actual cleansing, which unequivocally indicates that he did not complete the arduous task through his own personal exertion. It was an exceptionally severe verdict, rendered even more cutting by its precise adherence to the letter of the law, leaving little room for dispute. Yet, as Hercules made preparations to depart from the region of Elis, King Algaius beckoned him privately for a hushed conversation. "I hold no regard for what your cousin may declare," Algaius confided in low tones. "What you achieved here transcended the mere act of purifying stables. You demonstrated to me that no challenge is too formidable to overcome, provided one is willing to employ ingenuity and diligent application. You restored my lost dignity, and you transformed a source of ignominy into a valuable asset. These, my dear hero, are unequivocally the actions of a truly valiant individual." As Hercules strode away from the resplendent stalls, his mind turned to muse upon the profound lessons gleaned from this unconventional task. He reflected that at times the most pivotal work is far from ostentatious or celebrated. Sometimes true heroism manifests in the discovery of novel approaches to problems that all others deem insurmountable. And occasionally the most profound triumph lies not solely in the accomplishment itself, but in the integrity preserved while undertaking essential, albeit unglamorous labour. However, as he journeyed back towards Tiryns, a disquieting question lingered. What unforeseen ordeal awaited him next? If Eurystheus was indeed growing more inventive in his malice, disregarding fulfilled tasks based on minor procedural points, what impossible challenge would test not merely his physical prowess, but the very core tenets of his dedication to serving others? The rejection of his stable cleaning labour inflicted a deeper wound than Hercules had anticipated. As he approached Eurystheus's palace for the 6th occasion, a fresh fatigue weighed down his stride. He was slowly apprehending that no matter how flawlessly he executed these tasks, his malevolent cousin would perpetually devise methods to prolong his torment. Yet a nascent understanding began to form. Perhaps that was the ultimate objective. Perhaps genuine atonement could not be quantified by accomplished feats, but rather by the unwavering resolve to persist in his duties despite profound unfairness. From within his opulent bronze chamber, Eurystheus's voice carried a note of scarcely suppressed glee. He had been meticulously orchestrating this subsequent ordeal for an extended period, even seeking counsel directly from Hera herself to ensure it would subject Heracles to a trial unlike any he had yet encountered. "Your sixth labour," the king announced, his voice echoing with malicious satisfaction, "is to expel the Stymphalian birds from the fenlands surrounding Lake Stymphalus. These creatures have been plaguing the area for countless seasons, rendering human habitation perilously untenable. Now, one might initially consider that avians do not sound especially formidable, particularly after contending with monstrous entities like the Hydra, and subduing formidable beasts such as the Erymanthian boar. However, the Stymphalian birds were far from common creatures. They possessed the dimensions of majestic wading birds, but were endowed with plumage of gleaming metal, honed to a razor's edge, mandibles of hardened bronze capable of penetrating protective plating, and a distinct predilection for human sustenance that had earned them a reputation as the apex terrors in all of Arcadia. These formidable birds foraged in vast congregations numbering in the hundreds, frequently eclipsing the heavens when they took flight. Their metallic feathers could be discharged with projectile force, unleashing a lethal downpour from above upon anyone unfortunate enough to enter their dominion. Most terrifying of all, they were possessed of sufficient intellect to employ tactical maneuvers, collaborating to trap their quarry and utilizing their sheer numbers to subdue even heavily equipped contingents of pursuers. The journey to Lake Stymphalus led Heracles through progressively bleak and uninhabited terrain. Settlements that had previously prospered in this region lay abandoned, their inhabitants having sought refuge in more secure territories. Agricultural estates remained vacant, their cultivated lands reverting to untamed vegetation. Even the thoroughfares bore marks of neglect, as travellers had learned to circumnavigate this territory completely. As Heracles drew closer to the lake, the manifestations of the avian menace became unequivocally apparent. Trees stood denuded, not through the natural cycle of the year, but by the incessant abrasion of formidable talons. The ground was strewn with skeletal remains, both faunal and hominid, meticulously denuded by their metallic mandibles. Most disturbing of all, the shimmering metallic plumage impaled in arboreal structures and dispersed across the topography reflected the sun's rays like an expanse of sharpened blades. The lake itself was a sight possessing an inherent loveliness in other conditions. Nourished by mountain rivulets, it formed a flawless orb of pellucid liquid, surrounded by wetlands that ought to be teeming with diverse fauna. Instead, it was ominously still, with only an infrequent undulation to disturb its surface. The silence was so complete that even Heracles' footsteps seemed discordantly resonant. Yet he knew the birds were present. Somewhere amidst the dense thickets of phragmites and towering graminoids that encircled the lake, hundreds of lethal entities were observing his advance. He could perceive their scrutiny as a palpable burden, and the nape of his neck tingled with the absolute conviction that he was being appraised as a prospective quarry. Heracles established his temporary encampment on a modest elevation, commanding a view of the wetlands. This position was close enough to scrutinize the avian's conduct, yet sufficiently distant to preclude instantaneous assault. As twilight descended, he witnessed for the initial time the full scope of his adversary. The birds materialized for their nocturnal foraging, resembling a tempest embodied. They ascended from the aquatic vegetation in a synchronized formation that obscured the setting sun, their gleaming plumage generating a cacophony akin to a myriad of blades being honed in unison. They executed their movements with a meticulousness indicative of sagacity and extensive training, dispersing to encompass the entirety of the fenlands prior to commencing their methodical quest for sustenance. Watching them operate, Hercules began to apprehend the actual magnitude of his formidable task. These were not merely perilous beasts, they constituted a disciplined cohort that had transformed this whole territory into their dominion of predation. Engaging them head-on would be akin to advancing into a tempest of metallic projectiles whilst assailed by legions of airborne blades. However, the evening's observation also revealed something pivotal. The birds' predominant advantage could simultaneously be their fundamental vulnerability. They operated as a unified congregation, exhibiting shared cognition and synchronized action. If he could discover a method to shatter that concerted effort, to disperse them in disarray rather than confront them as a marshaled legion, he might indeed have a chance. That night, as Hercules sat beside his modest campfire, he was visited by an unforeseen confederate. Athena, divine patroness of sagacity and martial tactics, manifested within the undulating light of the embers. She uttered no words, but she bequeathed a boon destined to be indispensable to his triumph. A pair of percussion instruments of burnished bronze, forged by the very deity of the forge, Hephaestus himself. At first, Hercules failed to grasp the import of this gift. Castanets were rhythmic devices typically employed by choreographers and performers. How could they conceivably aid against a lethal avian multitude? But as he scrutinized them with greater intensity, he began to recognize their celestial artistry. When clashed together, they produced an auditory phenomenon unparalleled in his experience, a sound unadulterated, piercing, and intrinsically unsettling. The subsequent morning, Hercules put his hypothesis to the trial. Standing at the periphery of the wetlands, he clashed the bronze instruments with maximal force. The sonic emission proved truly remarkable. Beyond mere volume, it possessed an inherent discordance, akin to the shriek of an entity defying natural order. It reverberated over the aquatic expanse and amidst the dense vegetation, with a potency that appeared to vibrate the very atmosphere. The impact upon the avians was instantaneous and catastrophic. They erupted from their concealed positions in utter disarray, their customary synchronization utterly fragmented by the foreign resonance. Instead of forming their typical hunting formation, they bolted indiscriminately, colliding mid-flight and inundating the firmament with disoriented shrieks. But Hercules realized this was merely the prelude. The sound had dispersed the avians, but it had not expelled them definitively. As soon as the echoes faded, they would reconvene and reappear, likely more formidable than previously, fueled by both ire and voracity. What followed was among the most extraordinary confrontations chronicled in epic narratives. Hercules devoted the entirety of the daylight hours to circumnavigating the lacustrine perimeter, employing the bronze clappers to maintain the avians in perpetual agitation. Every time they attempted to alight and re-establish formation, he clashed the metallic devices, plunging them into fresh consternation. It was an arduous endeavour, demanding equal measures of tactical acumen and physical vigour. Hercules had to remain perpetually in transit, anticipating their attempts at reformation, and situating himself to thwart their endeavours. The castanets had to be deployed with exactitude. An excessive frequency would diminish their impact. An insufficient application would permit the avians to re-establish their cohesion. As the day progressed, a noteworthy transformation commenced. The unrelenting duress and disarray initiated the erosion of the avians' communal conduct. Solitary birds commenced detaching from the main congregation, winging their way in pursuit of more tranquil domains. That which commenced as a disciplined legion progressively transmuted into a disparate collection of terrified creatures. By evening, the vast avian multitude had diminished to merely a handful of lingering individuals, and even these seemed more inclined towards flight than towards preserving their dominion over the region. Hercules clashed the bronze instruments for a conclusive occasion, and the remaining birds absconded towards remote peaks, their lamentations receding into an ultimate hush. The ecological landscape of the marsh underwent an instantaneous and significant metamorphosis. With the cessation of the lethal avian's perpetual reign, the indigenous fauna commenced its swift re-emergence. Agile fish leaped energetically from the tranquil lake's surface, while a symphony of frogs initiated their nightly vocalizations, filling the twilight air with their resonant croaks. Even a small herd of elegant deer, displaying a newfound boldness, cautiously approached the water's shimmering edge to quench their thirst. The delicate equilibrium of nature, which had been severely compromised for an extended period, began to decisively re-establish itself within a mere few hours, showcasing a remarkable resilience. However, the genuine affirmation of Hercules' triumph manifested over the subsequent days, as tidings of the malevolent bird's eradication permeated every corner of the surrounding territory. Agriculturalists, who had long deserted their fertile fields, now confidently repatriated their neglected properties. Wayfarers, previously deterred by peril, once again traversed the vital roadways with impunity. Youngsters, whose entire existence had been overshadowed by an inherent dread of the lake, now plunged without trepidation into its crystalline depths, experiencing the unadulterated joy of swimming for the inaugural time. Upon his eventual return to Tiryns, Hercules presented a collection of the unique metallic feathers shed by the Stymphalian birds during their chaotic, panic-stricken escape. These peculiar artifacts served not merely as incontrovertible corroboration of his remarkable achievement, but also embodied a deeper significance, tangible proof that even the most deeply rooted and seemingly insurmountable challenges could be overcome through the judicious integration of sagacity, unwavering resolve, and providential intervention. Remarkably, on this singular occasion, King Eurystheus found himself utterly unable to identify any flaw or deficiency in the recently concluded heroic undertaking. The menacing avians had vanished completely. The entire region was secured from their depredations, and the onerous assignment had been brought to fruition solely through Hercules' personal exertion and inventive prowess. The monarch, displaying a palpable reluctance, accepted the presented evidence, yet he could not in good conscience refute the undeniable fact that the sixth labour had been brought to a triumphant conclusion. Nevertheless, as Hercules made preparations to depart from the royal abode, a disquieting observation caught his attention. Eurystheus's initial vexation, stemming from his inability to disparage this particular feat, had transmuted into an unsettling, renewed resolve. The king was engrossed in the meticulous examination of ancient scrolls and topographical charts, with an intensity that ominously foreshadowed a forthcoming trial of far greater peril than any Hercules had yet encountered. Lingering within the spacious palace courtyard, Hercules found himself inadvertently privy to the hushed, conspiratorial exchanges between Eurystheus and his trusted counsellors. A profound realization dawned upon him. While these arduous labours were undoubtedly imparting invaluable wisdom and experience to him, they were simultaneously and paradoxically instructing his adversaries in the art of devising increasingly intricate and malevolent tribulations. The perplexing query that persistently vexed his thoughts as he distanced himself from the royal precinct was stark. What recourse remained when the combined forces of sagacity and valour proved insufficient? What form of ordeal could possibly emerge that would not only rigorously test his formidable capabilities, but also fundamentally challenge his ingrained perceptions of the very boundaries of the achievable? The resounding victory over the fearsome Stymphalian birds had instilled within Heracles a profound sense of self-assurance, a feeling he had not experienced with such clarity since the very commencement of his 12 monumental labours. He had meticulously assimilated the crucial ability to seamlessly intertwine raw physical might with astute, tactical planning, to graciously embrace the benevolent aid of the gods when it was offered, and to conceive of resolutions that aimed at restoration and regeneration rather than mere annihilation. Yet, as he once more presented himself before the imposing bronze chamber of Eurystheus, an unmistakable premonition stirred within him, signalling that this arduously acquired sagacity was on the precipice of being challenged in profoundly novel and unprecedented fashions. "Your 7th prodigious labour," Eurystheus declared, his tones suffused with an undercurrent of barely suppressed malevolence, "will necessitate a journey far beyond the familiar shores of Greece. You're commanded to voyage to the distant island of Crete and apprehend the formidable bull that has been relentlessly plaguing King Minos and his subjects. You must return it to me alive and completely unscathed." At first glance, this directive might have appeared deceptively uncomplicated, another straightforward capture assignment akin to the Erymanthian boar or the Cyrenaean hind. However, Eurystheus possessed an intimate understanding of the true nature of his demand, and the faint, knowing smirk perceptible in his voice subtly implied that this particular undertaking was riddled with intricate complexities that would only reveal their true formidable character once Heracles was irrevocably committed to the endeavour. The Cretan bull was no ordinary beast of burden or wild animal. It was, in fact, the very same magnificent creature that the powerful sea deity Poseidon had dispatched from the depths of the ocean many years prior, as a profound token of divine benevolence bestowed upon King Minos. Its hide, a dazzling white akin to the pristine foam cresting upon the waves, rendered it an entity of unparalleled, breathtaking beauty. This celestial bovine was originally intended as a sacred offering, a solemn sacrifice to venerate the formidable god of the sea. Regrettably, Minos, utterly captivated by the bull's sublime aesthetic, chose instead to retain it for his personal admiration, substituting a lesser animal for the intended holy ritual. Poseidon's incandescent fury at this sacrilegious deception had subsequently transmuted the bull from an embodiment of divine splendour into an entity of significantly increased peril. While still retaining its awe-inspiring appearance, it now wielded the formidable power to raise entire structures, exhibited a velocity capable of outstripping the swiftest steeds, and possessed a disposition so utterly capricious that it would launch into savage assaults without any discernible provocation or logical motive. The protracted maritime passage to Crete afforded Hercules ample opportunity to deeply ponder the more expansive ramifications of this particular labour. It marked an unprecedented juncture. For the first time in his arduous odyssey, he was dispatched far from the familiar expanse of mainland Greece, distant from established territories and accustomed networks of support. Should any unforeseen calamity befall him, or if he were to sustain injury or require succour, he would find himself utterly reliant upon the kindness of unfamiliar individuals in an alien environment. Nevertheless, the tranquil sea voyage also bestowed upon him a precious commodity he had not encountered in many months: profound solitude and serene peace. As he stood at the vessel's sturdy rail, observing the playful antics of dolphins gracefully leaping in the ship's turbulent wake, Heracles discovered an enhanced capacity for lucid contemplation regarding his journey thus far. Each successive labour had, without fail, imparted a distinct and invaluable lesson, and gradually a coherent pattern began to crystallize in his mind. He was progressively apprehending that the essence of true heroism transcended mere physical might or audacious bravery. It fundamentally revolved around profound comprehension, understanding the intrinsic character of the formidable obstacles he confronted, discerning the vital requirements of the populace he endeavoured to assist, and unravelling the intricate tapestry of motivations that impelled both divine entities and mortal beings alike. This burgeoning sagacity, he mused, might well prove to be the most invaluable acquisition garnered from his relentless trials. Crete, as its majestic silhouette emerged on the distant horizon, proved to be every bit as magnificent as the ancient narratives had proclaimed. The verdant island ascended from the azure sea like a precious gem, its gleaming white edifices gracefully cascading down verdant hillsides towards bustling harbours teeming with vessels from every corner of the then-known world. This was undeniably the pulsating heart of a formidable maritime empire, a vibrant nexus where diverse cultures converged and groundbreaking innovations burgeoned. Yet, even from the vantage point of the harbour, unmistakable vestiges of the bull's destructive fury were conspicuously evident. A significant portion of the city's formidable outer defensive wall had been utterly obliterated, leaving a gaping breach now haphazardly filled with makeshift wooden barricades. Numerous structures bore the indelible scars of impact, damage that could only have been inflicted by a force of immense, irresistible power. Most strikingly, the thoroughfares that typically throbbed with the vibrant energy of commerce were eerily deserted, conveying the distinct impression that the populace had retreated indoors, seeking refuge from an omnipresent menace. King Minos extended an audience to Heracles within a resplendent throne room, an opulent space that resoundingly proclaimed the monarch's immense wealth and formidable authority. However, the king himself presented a stark contrast, visibly bearing the heavy burden of grappling with an intractable problem that defied his every attempt at resolution. Pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes eloquently testified to countless sleepless nights, and a discernible tremor in his hands accompanied his strained narration of the dire circumstances. The bull materializes without any prior indication, Minos expounded, his voice taut with palpable frustration. At times it remains remarkably placid for extended periods, contentedly foraging in our verdant pastures. Then, without warning, it abruptly transforms into an unstoppable engine of pure annihilation. It has utterly razed 3 vital granaries, irrevocably shattered the primary bridge affording access to our city, and tragically claimed the lives of 7 of our most valiant warriors who bravely endeavoured to subjugate it. As Minos continued his harrowing account, the paramount danger posed by the bull became unequivocally clear: its inherent unpredictability. In stark contrast to the other formidable beasts Hercules had confronted, this particular creature defied all attempts at tracking or forecasting its movements. It might, for instance, behave with the innocuous demeanour of an ordinary animal for an entire week, only to suddenly unleash a devastating rampage through densely populated districts with calamitous force. Heracles dedicated several subsequent days to meticulously scrutinizing the formidable bull from a cautious, secure remove, striving earnestly to decipher any discernible pattern within its erratic behavior. What he ultimately uncovered proved to be profoundly disquieting. There existed, quite simply, no consistent pattern whatsoever. The creature appeared to oscillate capriciously between states of serene grazing and unbridled destructive fury, seemingly driven by inscrutable internal impulses that no external observer could possibly foresee or exert any influence over. However, on the 4th successive day of his intensive surveillance, Heracles bore witness to an extraordinary incident that fundamentally reshaped his entire comprehension of the perplexing situation. He was intently observing the bull as it grazed placidly in a sun-drenched meadow when a cluster of curious children, heedless of their parents' admonitions, ventured forth to obtain a more intimate glimpse of the legendary creature. Astonishingly, rather than initiating an assault, the immense bull permitted their close proximity. It even appeared to derive pleasure from their innocent attention, graciously lowering its massive head so that the youngsters could tenderly stroke its soft alabaster muzzle. For a span of nearly an hour, the tableau remained utterly idyllic and serene, a surreal scene of innocent children frolicking alongside what was arguably the most perilous animal in the entire Mediterranean region. Then, abruptly, and without any discernible external stimulus, an ominous transformation occurred in the bull's disposition. Its eyes, moments before calm and imbued with an almost intelligent placidity, now abruptly ignited with an incandescent fury. The children, instinctively sensing the terrifying shift, scattered in sheer terror as the colossal beast commenced a violent demolition of every object within its formidable reach: towering trees, ancient rocks, and even the sturdy stone wall delineating the meadow's boundary. Witnessing this startling metamorphosis, Heracles began to grasp the profound truth of the adversary he was truly confronting. This was far more than a mere irate animal. It was a magnificent creature tragically rent asunder between its pristine, innate divine essence and the malevolent corruption imposed by Poseidon's vengeful curse. The bull evidently underwent cyclical periods where its authentic, benevolent self would manifest, succeeded by terrifying episodes in which an overwhelming, God-fueled wrath completely subsumed its inherent disposition. This crucial insight immediately suggested a strategic approach fundamentally divergent from brute force confrontation. Rather than endeavouring to subdue the bull during its paroxysms of violence, Heracles resolved to engage with it during one of its tranquil phases, with the delicate aim of preserving that pacific state through exceptionally meticulous and empathetic handling. The propitious moment arrived 3 days hence. the formidable bull was discovered grazing in solitary peace within a secluded valley, comfortably distant from any human habitations that might suffer collateral damage should events take an unfavourable turn. Hercules advanced towards it with deliberate slowness and an open demeanour, eschewing any pretence of stealth or dissimulation. His intention was for the bull to clearly perceive his arrival and, consequently, to autonomously determine its reaction. The colossal animal gracefully lifted its majestic head, its gaze fixed upon Heracles' approach with what appeared to be an expression of inquisitive wonder, rather than outright antagonism. When the hero halted his advance approximately 20 feet away and settled himself upon a readily available boulder, the bull, to Heracles' quiet astonishment, actually took a few steps closer, as if subtly seeking a form of companionship. What then transpired unfolded as one of the most singular and poignant hours recorded within the annals of heroic literature. Heracles and the magnificent Cretan bull simply coexisted in shared space, their interaction devoid of any ulterior motive beyond a burgeoning, unspoken mutual companionship. The hero conversed softly, recounting tales of his extensive travels, the myriad challenges of his labours, and his profound aspirations for eventual absolution. The bull, in turn, seemed to attend with every indication of profound comprehension, occasionally emitting gentle, resonant sounds that could well have been nascent attempts at reciprocal communication. It was during this remarkably tranquil interlude that Heracles initiated his decisive action, not through the deployment of constraining ropes or overwhelming physical might, but with a straightforward, heartfelt entreaty. "Friend," he gently addressed the colossal bovine, "I must embark upon a journey with you, not with any intent to inflict harm, but rather to bring succour to both yourself and the distressed inhabitants of this island. Will you accompany me of your own free will?" The bull's reaction to Heracles was nothing short of miraculous, a testament to an unexpected connection. It approached the hero with deliberate steps, then gently pressed its enormous head against his chest, a profound gesture of unreserved trust that brought a wellspring of emotion to Heracles' eyes. Without the need for any further coaxing or forceful guidance, the magnificent creature began to follow Heracles back towards the bustling harbour, moving with the placid demeanour of a common farm animal. The subsequent task of carefully loading the bull onto the vessel destined for mainland Greece quickly evolved into a spontaneous public celebration. The populace of Crete, finally liberated from a long era of pervasive fear, congregated en masse to witness the peaceful departure of the very beast that had held them in its thrall. Even the children, who had scattered in sheer terror only days before, now cheerfully waved goodbye to the bull, as if bidding a fond farewell to a beloved, albeit slightly mischievous, old companion. Yet the true and most rigorous examination of Heracles' unique approach to taming lay ahead during the arduous sea voyage. Confined within the ship's limited confines, with no expansive fields for it to roam, the risk of the bull's inherent violent tendencies resurfacing was ever present. Should the ancient divine curse reassert its malevolent influence, every soul aboard the cramped vessel would be in mortal peril. For a reassuring span of 3 days, the bull remained remarkably serene, even appearing to revel in the invigorating sea breeze and the rhythmic sway of the ocean waves beneath it. However, on the 4th day the seemingly inevitable occurred. The bull's eyes abruptly ignited with a terrifying familiar fury, and it commenced a desperate struggle to violently break free from its sturdy restraints. But this time, instead of defensively retreating or bracing himself for a brutal confrontation, Heracles performed an act that was entirely unforeseen. He calmly moved closer to the enraged animal and began to vocalize a soft, wordless melody, a tender lullaby his mother had often hummed to him during his tender childhood years. The effect, while gradual, was undeniably profound. The bull's frantic struggles slowly diminished in intensity, its ragged breathing began to steady, and with a visible transformation its eyes gradually reverted to their normal, intelligent, and docile expression. The consuming divine rage receded like a dissipating storm, replaced once again by the creature's inherent, gentle nature. Upon their eventual arrival in Tiryns, Heracles presented the great bull to Eurystheus, not as a vanquished fearsome captive, but as a creature profoundly reformed, now demonstrably capable of coexisting peacefully within human society. The public exhibition of its newfound tranquility proved overwhelmingly convincing. The bull allowed itself to be calmly guided into a designated temporary enclosure and displayed absolutely no vestige of the destructive violence that had so long terrorized the island of Crete. For once, King Eurystheus found himself utterly devoid of any legitimate grounds to dismiss or reject the successfully completed labour. The bull had been not only captured alive and completely unharmed, but also transported safely back to mainland Greece and delivered in a state that posed no conceivable threat to anyone. The seventh labour was, beyond any dispute, an unqualified triumph. Nevertheless, as Heracles made preparations for his departure, he could not escape the unsettling, calculating glint he perceived in his cousin's eyes. The king was slowly but surely beginning to grasp that conventional brute force challenges were no longer sufficient to break the spirit of his increasingly formidable and capable cousin. Whatever arduous task lay next would undoubtedly need to test not merely Heracles' immense physical and tactical abilities, but the very essence of his soul. Standing within the tranquil palace courtyard, observing the Cretan bull peacefully grazing alongside the now reformed Erymanthian boar, Heracles reflected deeply on the invaluable lessons he had assimilated regarding the profound power of patience and genuine understanding. Yet, deep within his heart, he harboured a chilling premonition that these gentler, more profound lessons were merely preparing him for future trials that would demand every iota of wisdom he had painstakingly acquired. The question that persistently haunted his quiet moments was deceptively simple, yet terrifying in its implications. What happens, he pondered, when understanding and compassion, no matter how profound, prove to be utterly insufficient? What kind of unimaginable challenge could possibly break even a hero who had learned to discern the divine spark within every creature he encountered? The sight of Diomedes' former man-eating mares, now grazing contentedly alongside the other rehabilitated creatures within the royal stables, had pushed Eurystheus to an unprecedented peak of frustration. Heracles was not merely accomplishing seemingly impossible tasks, he was fundamentally transforming the very definition of what it meant to be monstrous. If this pattern of profound transformation continued, Heracles might genuinely achieve the personal redemption he so earnestly sought, an outcome that neither Eurystheus nor the vengeful Hera could ever permit. This time, when the king's voice resonated from the depths of his bronze chamber, it carried an unmistakable note of calculated cruelty that caused even his hardened guards to shift uncomfortably on their feet. Your 8th labour will take you far to Thrace, to the dominion of King Diomedes. You must steal his 4 mares and bring them back to me. Be warned, these are no ordinary horses. They are renowned as the fiercest creatures alive, and Diomedes feeds them human flesh to maintain their savage strength and unbridled ferocity. The profound implications of this particular assignment struck Hercules with the force of a physical blow. For the very first time in his labours, he was being explicitly asked to steal rather than to capture or to kill. More profoundly disturbing still, he was being dispatched to confront creatures that had been deliberately and systematically corrupted through the consistent feeding of human victims. This task, he realized, was not merely about taming wild monsters or resolving a localized problem. It was about confronting a manifestation of pure, unadulterated evil, and somehow finding a way to redeem it. However, there was an additional facet to this assignment that gave Hercules significant pause. Diomedes of Thrace was infamous throughout all of Greece as one of the most brutal and tyrannical rulers alive, a man who revelled in torture and treated human life as a casual, disposable commodity. The mares, Hercules understood, were not just dangerous animals. They were instruments of Diomedes' profound cruelty, fattened on the flesh of his enemies and innocent victims alike. As Hercules meticulously prepared for the perilous journey to Thrace, he made a pivotal decision that would ultimately prove crucial to the labour's outcome. Instead of embarking alone, he requested that his loyal nephew and several other promising young heroes accompany him. If he was to face such systematic and ingrained evil, he reasoned, he would require companions who shared his unwavering commitment to justice and human dignity. The journey northward proved to be a deeply sobering experience. As they ventured deeper into Diomedes' oppressive territory, the unmistakable signs of his tyranny became impossible to ignore. Villages were fortified like grim military encampments, their inhabitants peering fearfully from behind barricaded doors and windows. The desolate roads were patrolled by heavily armed soldiers who scrutinized all travellers with obvious and pervasive suspicion. Most disturbing of all, they passed several gruesome execution grounds where the bleached bones of Diomedes' countless victims lay scattered and unburied, a stark warning to all. Diomedes' palace, when they finally reached its formidable presence, was less a place of beauty and more a fortress specifically designed for sheer intimidation. Its stark black stone walls rose sheer and imposing from the surrounding desolate plain, ominously topped with sharp iron spikes. The imposing main gate was grimly flanked by the severed heads of recent victims, left to rot as a gruesome warning to anyone who might dare to oppose the king's tyrannical will. But it was the stables that truly unveiled the horrifying reality of what Hercules had come to confront. The 4 mares of Diomedes were housed within a special, heavily fortified compound, encircled by towering walls that stood 20 feet high. The entire enclosure reeked pungently of death and decay, and the ground was disturbingly littered with human bones, gnawed clean by equine teeth. The mares themselves were creatures of magnificent and terrible beauty, significantly larger than normal horses, with eyes that burned with an unsettling blend of intelligence and malice. Observing the mares ravenously feeding on fresh meat brought by Diomedes' callous servants, Heracles realized he was confronting something utterly unprecedented in the long series of his labors. These were not creatures corrupted by some ancient divine curse or driven mad by supernatural influence. These were animals that had been systematically and deliberately perverted through the darkest depths of human cruelty, explicitly taught to crave the flesh of Heracles' own species. That evening, as Heracles and his companions established their camp just outside the city walls, they were cautiously approached by a small group of refugees, individuals who had managed to escape Diomedes' brutal tyranny and now lived as desperate outlaws in the surrounding wilderness. Their leader, a venerable elderly man named Abderus, recounted stories that sickened even the battle-hardened heroes with revulsion. "He feeds them anyone who displeases him," Abderus explained, his voice hollow and trembling with remembered horror. "Political prisoners, debtors who cannot pay their dues, sometimes just people who merely looked at him the wrong way. The mares have learned to associate human screams with feeding time. They become excited when they hear people crying out in fear." Crucially, Abderus also provided invaluable information about the mares' fundamental care and handling. Despite their profound corruption, they were still at their core horses with innate equine needs and behaviors. They possessed favorite foods beyond human flesh, preferred resting spots and individual personalities. This crucial knowledge instilled in Heracles a glimmer of hope that redemption, even for these monstrous creatures, might still be attainable. The intricate and perilous plan that emerged from that night's intense discussions was far-reaching. Instead of merely attempting to steal the mares, they would endeavor to liberate the entire city from Diomedes' tyrannical rule. The tyrant's inevitable demise would not only free his oppressed people, but would also eliminate the very source of the mares' systematic corruption. But this ambitious undertaking meant that Heracles would be fighting not just a collection of monstrous beasts, but an entire, deeply entrenched system of organized evil. The daring attack commenced at the first light of dawn, with Heracles and his companions striking simultaneously at both the heavily fortified palace and the stables, while the others bravely engaged Diomedes' numerous guards in the main courtyard. Heracles, alone and unarmed, broke into the mares' compound. He carried not weapons of war, but humble food, sweet, crisp apples and fresh, wholesome grain, items that might, he hoped, remind the corrupted horses of their original, natural essence. The ensuing confrontation with the mares was unlike anything Heracles had ever experienced. These terrifying creatures did not merely wish to kill him. They actively desired to consume him. They charged with their teeth bared, their eyes blazing with a horrifying cannibalistic hunger. But Heracles, refusing to fight back with force, instead threw himself to one side and strategically scattered the grain and apples across the dusty ground. The mares, anticipating a feast of human flesh, found themselves suddenly confronted with a profound choice between their deeply ingrained, learned craving and their long dormant natural instincts. For a tense moment, they stood bewildered, their nostrils flaring as they attempted to process the unfamiliar, wholesome scent of normal horse food. One mare, perhaps less thoroughly corrupted than the others, cautiously approached the scattered apples. She sniffed them tentatively, then took a tentative, experimental bite. The inherent sweetness of the fruit seemed to awaken something profound within her that had been dormant for years, a forgotten memory of what horses were truly supposed to eat, and, more fundamentally, what they were truly supposed to be. However, this precious interval of progress is abruptly terminated by the dramatic entrance of Diomedes himself. The tyrannical ruler has successfully breached the defensive perimeter, violently forcing his way into the stable compound, his countenance contorted with unbridled fury at the audacious theft of his most cherished possessions. Clutched in his hand is a formidable whip, its thongs wickedly tipped with sharp iron spikes, an implement he has wielded countless times to incite his mares into their terrifying, flesh-craving frenzies. "Do you truly believe you can abscond with my property?" Diomedes bellows, his voice echoing with menace as he brandishes the cruel whip high above his head. "I shall dismember you and feed you to them, morsel by morsel, and they shall express their gratitude for such a delectable repast." What ensues is a sequence of events both rapid and horrifying. Diomedes savagely brings the spiked whip arcing down towards Hercules, but the formidable hero deftly intercepts it in his unshielded hand. The cruel iron spikes embed themselves deeply into his palm, yet he maintains an unyielding grip. Instead, he exerts a powerful tug, wrenching the tyrant forward, destabilizing his stance and leaving him momentarily exposed and vulnerable. The ensuing struggle is remarkably brief, yet utterly conclusive. Diomedes, for all his inherent brutality and malevolence, proves to be no match for an individual possessing Hercules' unparalleled physical might and honed combat prowess. Within mere moments, the despot lies prostrate and insensate upon the very ground of his own stable, encircled by the very mares he had so cruelly perverted into instruments of terror. Yet, it is the subsequent unfolding of events that truly illuminates the profound essence of this particular labour. The mares, observing their unconscious tormentor lying utterly helpless, begin to approach with a discernible, predatory intent. They have been meticulously conditioned to perceive human frailty as an open invitation to feed, and Diomedes himself had, over the preceding years, supplied them with an innumerable succession of victims. Hercules now confronts a truly agonizing dilemma. He possesses the power to restrain the ravenous mares, thereby safeguarding even this depraved individual from the horrific fate he had so mercilessly imposed upon countless others. Alternatively, he could permit the inexorable forces of natural justice to run their course, allowing the tyrant to experience precisely the same excruciating torment he had inflicted upon his unfortunate victims. The momentous decision, when it finally crystallizes, is deeply rooted in every lesson Heracles has assimilated concerning the fundamental nature of heroism and the arduous path to redemption. He deliberately positions himself between the advancing mares and the fallen despot. His intention is not to afford protection to Diomedes, but rather to prevent the noble horses from further debasing themselves through the consumption of human flesh. "No," he pronounces with unwavering resolve, extending his arms wide to physically impede their advance. "You are creatures of grace. You are horses, not abominations. Your sustenance comprises grass and grain and sweet apples, not the flesh of men. Recall your true essence." This decisive intervention proves effective, partially due to Heracles' formidable and commanding presence, and partly because the earlier taste of apples had reawakened the mare's latent, inherent instincts. They reluctantly retreat from the unconscious tyrant, though their eyes continue to fixate upon him with an unmistakable, lingering hunger. With Diomedes vanquished and his contingent of guards dispersed in disarray, the liberation of the beleaguered city progresses with remarkable alacrity. Refugees who had sought sanctuary in the surrounding wilderness now stream back to reclaim their rightful homes. Political dissidents and other unfortunate captives are released from the oppressive confines of the palace dungeons. Most significantly, the abhorrent and systematic practice of feeding human flesh to the mares is brought to an immediate and definitive cessation. Nevertheless, Hercules acutely understands that merely eliminating the source of corruption will not instantly mend creatures whose very natures have been profoundly twisted and perverted over a span of many years. Consequently, the arduous journey back to Tiryns transforms into an extensive and meticulously planned rehabilitation program, during which Hercules and his dedicated companions labour with unwavering patience to re-educate the mares in appropriate equine behaviours. This restorative process is neither swift nor uncomplicated. The mares still exhibit sporadic flashes of their former savagery, and occasionally their gaze still falls upon humans with an unsettling hunger rather than genuine trust. However, gradually, through consistent acts of kindness and the provision of proper, wholesome nourishment, they begin to recall the gentle creatures they were inherently destined to be. Young Abderus, who has joined their party, proving himself an invaluable expert in the care of these unique mares, plays a pivotal role in this profound rehabilitation. He appears to possess an innate understanding of horses, and under his gentle yet firm guidance, the mares gradually begin to display tangible signs of authentic healing. By the time their long journey culminates in their arrival at Tiryns, the transformation is truly extraordinary. The mares still bear the indelible physical marks of their past corruption. They are noticeably larger and more robust than typical horses, possessing unusually sharp teeth. Yet, their conduct has become unmistakably equine. They graze serenely in the pastures, respond calmly to gentle handling, and exhibit absolutely no interest in human flesh. Eurystheus, observing from the confines of his opulent bronze chamber as the four mares are led placidly into the royal stables, struggles to reconcile what he witnesses with his own understanding of reality. "How," he demands, his voice tinged with disbelief, "how did you manage to transmute man-eating monstrosities into ordinary horses?" Heracles ponders the query with thoughtful deliberation before formulating his response. "I believe they were never truly monsters at all. They were merely creatures that had been systematically taught to behave monstrously. When an alternative way of living was presented to them, they embraced it with profound eagerness. Sometimes evil is not an intrinsic nature, but merely a dreadful education that can be rectified through persistent patience and unwavering affection." Yet, even as he articulates these profound words, Heracles is acutely aware that his burgeoning capacity to rehabilitate corrupted creatures is pushing his adversaries to increasingly desperate measures. The unsettling glint in Eurystheus's eyes portends that future labours will not merely test his formidable strength or his burgeoning wisdom, but rather his very conviction in the belief that any creature, no matter how debased, can ultimately be redeemed. And lurking somewhere in the pervasive shadows, Hera watches and meticulously plans, realizing with growing apprehension that direct corruption alone may no longer suffice to break this hero, who possesses the extraordinary ability to discern a glimmer of light even within the deepest abysses of darkness. What conceivable challenge could possibly unnerve someone who has cultivated the profound insight to perceive the spark of divinity within even the most twisted and malformed creations? The astonishing spectacle of Diomedes' former man-eating mares peacefully grazing alongside the other reformed animals within the royal stables has propelled Eurystheus to an entirely unprecedented level of frustration. His cousin is not merely accomplishing what were once deemed impossible tasks, he is fundamentally reshaping the very definition of what it means to be monstrous. If this trajectory continues unchecked, Hercules might indeed achieve the ultimate redemption he so earnestly seeks, an outcome that neither Eurystheus nor Hera can, under any circumstances, permit. This time, when the king's voice reverberates from his imposing bronze chamber, it carries a chilling undertone of calculated cruelty that causes even the most stoic guards to shift uncomfortably. Your 9th labour will serve as a definitive test of whether your new-found wisdom extends to the intricate domains of diplomacy and honour. You are commanded to journey to the distant land of the Amazons and procure the golden belt of their formidable queen, Hippolyta. This magnificent belt is a sacred gift from Ares himself, and the queen, I assure you, will not relinquish it willingly. The profound implications of this particular assignment are immediately apparent to Hercules. In stark contrast to his preceding labours, which predominantly involved confronting or reasoning with creatures according to their inherent natures, this new undertaking places him in potential conflict with an entire, highly organised civilization of warrior women, renowned for their exceptional skill, unwavering courage, and fierce independence. The Amazons are not mere monsters to be subdued or abstract problems to be solved. They are a distinct people possessing their own rich culture, deeply held values, and an indisputable, legitimate right to their possessions. However, an additional layer to this challenge troubles Hercules even more profoundly. The belt of Hippolyta is not simply an exquisite piece of jewellery. It is a potent symbol of her supreme authority, having been blessed by Ares, the very god of war. To forcibly seize it would be akin to stripping a queen of her crown, an act that would not only profoundly humiliate her before her loyal people, but also potentially destabilize the very foundations of their entire society. As Hercules commences his preparations for this momentous journey, he makes a deliberate decision that powerfully reflects the invaluable lessons he has gleaned from his previous labours. Rather than embarking with a retinue of conventional warriors who might instinctively perceive the Amazons as adversaries to be conquered, he meticulously selects companions celebrated for their refined diplomatic skills and their profound respect for diverse cultures. This expedition, he resolves, will be a mission predicated on negotiation and understanding, not on conquest or brute force. The arduous voyage to the Amazon homeland carries them across the vast expanse of the Black Sea, to shores that very few Greek men have ever beheld. As their vessel draws nearer to the coast, they begin to discern unmistakable evidence of a civilization unlike anything found in their own native lands. The cities are constructed with a discerning eye for both aesthetic beauty and strategic defense, clearly showcasing the influence of warrior architects who intrinsically grasp that formidable strength and elegant design can harmoniously coexist. Yet, it is their initial encounter with the Amazons themselves that truly leaves a lasting impression upon Hercules and his companions. a formidable squadron of mounted warriors intercepts their ship while it is still a full mile from the shore. These women execute their maneuvers with a precision and an intrinsic confidence that eloquently speaks of a lifetime of rigorous training and an absolute, unshakable trust in their collective abilities. Their leader, a tall woman adorned with intricately braided hair and bearing the honourable scars that narrate tales of countless battles, addresses them in accented but perfectly fluent Greek. "I am Antiope, sister to Queen Hippolyta," she declares, her voice imbued with the unmistakable authority of one accustomed to immediate obedience. "State your purpose in our sovereign waters, Greeks. Are you here as traders, as diplomats, or as enemies?" Hercules responds with a formal courtesy and decorum befitting a representative of a sovereign nation. "I am Hercules of Thebes, and I come seeking a respectful audience with your esteemed queen regarding a matter of great personal importance to me. I bring with me gifts as tokens of my profound respect, and humbly request only the opportunity to present my case before her." This unexpectedly diplomatic approach visibly surprises Antiope, who has likely encountered precious few Greek men capable of addressing Amazon women as genuine equals. After a moment of careful consideration, she grants them safe passage to the capital. However, Heracles astutely observes that they are escorted by a sufficient number of warriors to decisively counter any potential act of treachery. The Amazon capital itself proves to be a profound revelation. Unlike the cities of Greece, where women's quarters are typically sequestered away from public view, here women occupy and command every position of authority and respect. The striking architecture eloquently reflects their core values, buildings that are simultaneously functional and aesthetically beautiful, conceived and constructed by a people who perceive no inherent conflict between martial prowess and a refined aesthetic sensibility. Queen Hippolyta receives them in a throne room that manages to be both magnificently grand and yet intimately scaled. She appears younger than Heracles had anticipated, perhaps only a few years his senior, but she carries herself with the undeniable confidence of someone who has never once questioned her inherent right to rule. The famed belt of Ares gleams subtly at her waist, neither gaudy nor ostentatious, but unequivocally a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. This particular exchange stands as one of the most remarkable dialogues chronicled within the annals of heroic literature. Rather than presenting a litany of demands or strategic propositions, Heracles embarks upon a comprehensive recounting of his life's narrative for Hippolyta. He meticulously details the profound tragedy that initially propelled him into the arduous cycle of his labours, elucidates the invaluable lessons gleaned from each successive challenge, and articulates his evolving comprehension of what it truly signifies to genuinely serve the welfare of others. Hippolyta, in turn, absorbs his extensive account with the focused intensity of an individual habitually tasked with rendering momentous judgments, often predicated upon incomplete or fragmented intelligence. Once Heracles concludes his exposition, she poses a series of incisive inquiries, queries that unequivocally betray both her keen intellect and a sincere, profound interest in the hero's ongoing spiritual odyssey. "Therefore, you seek this particular girdle," she articulates, crystallizing his unspoken intent, "not as a mere emblem of martial victory or a trophy of conquest, but rather as a profound symbol that you have indeed mastered the art of acquiring your necessities through the cultivation of mutual respect rather than through brute force. You are, in essence, imploring my assistance to demonstrate that you have transcended the very man who once indiscriminately resolved every predicament with the blunt impact of his formidable club. The sheer precision of her shrewd assessment utterly stuns Hercules. He had, in truth, never articulated his complex request in such explicit terms, yet she had unerringly pinpointed the deeper, more profound significance of the monumental task he was striving to accomplish. This particular labour, he realized with a jolt of revelation, was not merely about the mechanical completion of a prescribed assignment. It was fundamentally about unequivocally proving that he had matured into an individual deemed truly worthy of the redemption he so desperately sought. What Hippolyta proceeds to do next sends a ripple of astonishment through every person present, including even her most seasoned and trusted advisers. With a deliberate gesture, she unclasps the formidable belt of Ares from her waist and extends it forth towards Hercules. "Take it," she pronounces with serene simplicity, her voice carrying an undeniable gravitas, not as the spoils plundered from a vanquished foe, nor as the negotiated price of a strategic accord, but rather as a benevolent gift, freely bestowed to honour the arduous and transformative journey you have undertaken towards the attainment of true wisdom. Yet, even as Heracles' hand extends to grasp the proffered belt, an unforeseen catastrophe erupts from an entirely unexpected quarter. Hera, observing the entire peaceful resolution unfold from her celestial vantage point on Mount Olympus, and seething with incandescent fury at this harmonious outcome, precipitously descends to the Amazon capital in a cunning disguise. Moving indistinguishably through the throng of warriors, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary Amazonian combatant, she surreptitiously disseminates venomous rumours. She whispers insidious tales that the Greek interlopers have arrived with the treacherous intent to abduct their revered queen, and that Heracles' seemingly diplomatic approach is nothing more than an elaborate ruse designed to lull their formidable defences into a state of vulnerable complacency. The repercussions are instantaneous and utterly devastating. Amazon warriors, who only moments prior had regarded their foreign guests with a mixture of curiosity and cautious interest, suddenly perceive them as existential threats that must be summarily eliminated. Weapons are drawn with a terrifying swiftness, battle cries pierce the air, and the previously amicable negotiation abruptly devolves into an anarchic and chaotic melee. Amidst the swirling confusion and escalating violence, Heracles is confronted with an agonizing and seemingly impossible choice. He could, without question, leverage his immense physical strength to brutally carve a path out of the unfolding disaster, an action that would inevitably result in the tragic deaths of numerous Amazon warriors. Alternatively, he could endeavour to protect Queen Hippolyta while simultaneously attempting to re-establish order, a course of action that would imperil not only his own life, but also the lives of his loyal companions. What he ultimately chooses to do in that critical moment profoundly reflects every single lesson he has painstakingly absorbed regarding the authentic nature of true heroism. Instead of drawing forth his formidable weapons, he instinctively throws his massive frame between Hippolyta and the surging wave of advancing warriors, utilizing his very body as a living shield while vehemently shouting for everyone to cease their belligerent actions. "This is utter madness," he roars, his powerful voice cutting through the deafening din of battle with startling clarity. "We arrived here with peaceful intentions. Queen Hippolyta was honouring us with her profound trust. Do not permit the deceitful fabrications of some unknown stranger to utterly destroy the fragile alliance we were striving to forge together. However, in the frenzied maelstrom of battle, mere words prove woefully inadequate. An Amazonian spear, propelled by a warrior, genuinely convinced she is valiantly defending her sovereign, cruelly strikes Hippolyta in the shoulder. The wound, while not immediately fatal, is significant, and the horrifying sight of their beloved queen's blood sends the Amazonian forces into a paroxysm of uncontrollable fury that no amount of rational reasoning can possibly assuage. The ensuing battle is unlike any Hercules has ever encountered in his previous labours. He is not contending with monstrous beasts or untamed wild animals, but rather with highly skilled human warriors, fiercely defending their cherished homeland against what they unequivocally believe to be a mortal and existential threat. Each Amazon warrior he confronts is someone's cherished daughter, beloved sister, or devoted friend, an individual imbued with her own hopes, her own fears, and entirely legitimate reasons for engaging in the desperate struggle. Hercules and his loyal companions fight with a desperate, agonizing restraint, endeavoring to disable their opponents rather than to inflict fatal blows, seeking only to create sufficient space for an escape rather than to achieve a total and decisive victory. But the Amazons, consumed by their righteous indignation and believing they are fighting for their queen's very life and the independence of their nation, show no such mercy or hesitation. Ultimately, it is Hippolyta herself who brings the tumultuous battle to an abrupt cessation. Despite the searing pain of her wound, she struggles defiantly to her feet and, with an indomitable will, commands her warriors to lay down their arms. "Enough!" she thunders, her voice resonating with the absolute, unquestionable authority of a reigning queen. "I bestowed this man my belt freely and without coercion. The vile attack upon my person originated from treachery lurking within our very own ranks, not from the honourable guests who sought our hospitality. The Amazons, though still seething with suspicion, reluctantly lower their weapons, many continuing to cast wary and distrustful glances at the Greek contingent. In the sudden, unnerving quiet that descends upon the scene, Hippolyta approaches Hercules once more and, with a solemn gesture, presses the belt back into his hands. But now, its significance has irrevocably shifted. It is no longer a gesture of friendship, but rather a sombre compensation for a profound tragedy that divine manipulation has cruelly forced upon them both. "Take it and depart," she murmurs softly, her voice heavy with impalpable sadness. "You arrived here imbued with honour, and you fought with commendable restraint when you could have easily chosen a path of merciless slaughter. However, your very presence, it seems, brings forth a chaos that my people simply do not deserve to endure. Perhaps, in some distant future, when the meddling gods are less intensely preoccupied with our mortal affairs, we may find an opportunity to meet again as true friends. The journey back to Tyrins is steeped in a profound sombreness, punctuated by introspective reflection on the alarming swiftness with which trust can be utterly shattered, and the insidious manner in which divine interference can corrupt even the most honourable and noble of intentions. Hercules carries the illustrious belt of Hippolyta, yet it feels oppressively heavy with the cumulative weight of lost opportunities and friendships, irrevocably poisoned by malevolent forces entirely beyond the scope of mortal control. When he ultimately presents the coveted belt to Eurystheus, the king accepts it with a thinly veiled and obvious satisfaction. The labour is, by every technical measure, undeniably complete, yet both cousins possess an unspoken understanding that something fundamental has irrevocably shifted within Hercules. The easy, burgeoning confidence Hercules had meticulously cultivated through his recent string of successes has been profoundly shaken by the sobering realization that even his purest intentions can tragically culminate in disaster when divine malice actively intervenes. Standing within the austere palace courtyard after the completion of his 9th monumental labour, Hercules deeply contemplates the hidden, often painful lessons embedded within this harrowing experience. He has learned with bitter clarity that mere wisdom and noble intentions are not always sufficient to navigate the treacherous currents of the world. He has come to understand that some conflicts arise not from simple misunderstanding, but from deliberate and insidious manipulation orchestrated by powers far greater than any mortal hero could ever hope to contend with. But perhaps most crucially, he has absorbed the profound truth that sometimes the most authentically heroic action one can undertake is to accept responsibility for consequences that were never intended, to stoically bear the immense weight of others' pain, and to relentlessly persevere in the endeavour to serve, even when the very gods themselves appear determined to corrupt and undermine one's most virtuous efforts. The haunting question that persistently dogs him as he steelies himself for his formidable 10th labour is this: how does one possibly sustain hope and uphold honour when the very celestial powers that should inherently champion justice seem unequivocally committed to its utter destruction? The symbolic weight of Hippolyta's belt seems to grow increasingly oppressive, with each passing day following Heracles' return from the distant Amazon lands. What should have been a glorious triumph now feels more akin to a burdensome albatross, a constant, stark reminder of how divine interference can insidiously corrupt even the most noble and well-meaning intentions. As he approaches Eurystheus' imposing palace to receive the pronouncement of his 10th labour, there is a distinct weariness in Heracles' stride, a profound fatigue that was conspicuously absent before. It is the exhaustion of an individual who has painfully learned that the act of striving for good in a chaotic world where capricious gods engage in cruel and arbitrary games is infinitely more complex and draining than any purely physical challenge he has ever faced. From his subterranean chamber, Eurystheus' voice carries an unmistakable note of self-satisfaction, a tone that strongly suggests he is keenly aware of his cousin's deeply troubled mood. Hera, ever watchful and malicious, has undoubtedly whispered the full details of the Amazon incident to him, and he knows with certainty that Heracles' hard-won confidence has been severely rattled. Now, he perceives, is the opportune moment to unveil a challenge designed to push the hero further than he has ever been pushed before, into realms of both physical and spiritual endurance previously uncharted. "Your 10th labour," the king announces with an air of theatrical grandeur, "will transport you to the very furthest edges of the known world. You must journey to the mythical island of Erythea, situated far beyond the renowned Pillars of Heracles, and there you are to steal the magnificent cattle of Geryon. These are, without exaggeration, the finest cattle in all of existence, meticulously guarded by fearsome monsters and owned by a creature of such immense power that even the Olympian gods themselves speak of him with a palpable sense of respect. The ominous mention of the Pillars of Hercules, those colossal cliffs that famously delineate the end of the familiar Mediterranean Sea and the terrifying commencement of the vast unknown ocean, gives Heracles considerable pause. This impending journey is not merely about the staggering distance, though the expedition will undoubtedly be longer and more perilous than any he has previously attempted. It is fundamentally about entering a realm that exists entirely outside the normal, familiar world, a place where different, alien rules apply and where his accustomed protections and advantages may simply not extend. Geryon himself is a creature born of myth and nightmare, a being of truly formidable aspect. Born from the unholy union of divine and monstrous bloodlines, he possesses a grotesque and terrifying physique, 3 distinct bodies from the waist up, each endowed with its own independent head, its own pair of arms, and its own individual will. These 3 disparate aspects do not always operate in perfect synchronicity, often disagreeing with one another, a characteristic that paradoxically renders Geryon simultaneously both more and less dangerous than a conventional, singular enemy. One might succeed in defeating one of his bodies, only to discover that the remaining 2 are now infused with an even more terrifying and unyielding determination to utterly destroy you. However, it is the immediate guardians of Geryon's prized cattle that present the most pressing and perilous dangers. Orthrus, the monstrous 2-headed hound, is none other than the brother to the infamous Cerberus himself, and nearly as deadly in his ferocity. He possesses the horrifying ability to attack from 2 distinct directions simultaneously, and his venomous bite carries a potent poison capable of felling even divine creatures. Then there is Eurytion, the vigilant herdsman, a man so exceptionally skilled with all manner of weapons that he has never once suffered defeat in combat, and so profoundly loyal to his fearsome master that he would willingly sacrifice his own life before permitting anyone to inflict harm upon the precious cattle entrusted to his meticulous care. As Heracles meticulously prepares for this epic labour, he is confronted with a series of crucial decisions, choices that will not only define his immediate approach to the formidable challenge, but will also irrevocably shape his evolving understanding of what heroism truly means in a world where the gods routinely and capriciously interfere with the delicate tapestry of mortal affairs. Should he embark on this perilous journey alone, stoically accepting that this mission might very well be a solitary, suicidal endeavour? Should he instead endeavour to gather a formidable army, thereby transforming the labour into a full-scale military campaign? Or should he strive to discover some nuanced middle path that judiciously honours both his imperative need for success and his growing, profound commitment to minimising harm to others? The ultimate solution he chooses vividly reflects the vast amount he has learned and internalised from his preceding labours. He resolves to travel alone to the distant shores of Erythea, but he will meticulously prepare for the arduous journey with the same careful planning and strategic foresight that had been instrumental in making his recent successes possible. This will not be a reckless, headlong rush into an unknown danger, but rather a methodical and calculated approach to what might very well prove to be the most dangerous and transformative challenge he has ever encountered. The formidable expedition to the fabled Pillars of Heracles conducted our hero through territories that grew progressively more enigmatic as he ventured further from the familiar, cultivated landscapes of his native Greece. The diverse peoples he encountered along this arduous trek communicated in tongues utterly alien to his understanding, revered deities he had never before invoked, and adhered to social customs that appeared almost unfathomable to a mind steeped in the tenets of Hellenic culture. Yet it was only upon reaching the colossal cliffs that dramatically signified the very edge of the known cosmos that Hercules truly apprehended the monumental scale of the undertaking he was about to attempt. The legendary pillars of Hercules ascended majestically from the vast wine-dark sea, resembling the colossal limbs of a primordial Titan, and beyond their imposing silhouette an ocean of such immeasurable expanse stretched away that it seemed to curve inexplicably into an ethereal void. Somewhere within that boundless emptiness lay the mythical island of Erythea, and upon its distant shores grazed the extraordinary cattle that constituted the formidable 10th labour assigned to him. The challenge of traversing such an immense distance through conventional nautical methods presented an seemingly insuperable obstacle until Hercules, in a moment of inspired recollection, recalled a specific detail from his childhood lore. Helios, the resplendent sun god, embarked upon his celestial journey across the heavens each day within a magnificent golden cup, a vessel uniquely capable of sailing through both the boundless sky and the churning waters. Every evening, this extraordinary chalice would transport the weary deity around the world's periphery, positioning him to recommence his radiant daily circuit anew with the dawn. The audacious stratagem that materialized from this vivid memory transcended anything Hercules had ever contemplated or attempted before. He resolved to patiently await Helios's completion of his daily celestial passage, and then, with unparalleled boldness, to petition the sun god for the temporary loan of his sacred cup for his own perilous voyage to Erythea. Such a request bordered on outright sacrilege. It was entirely unprecedented for mere mortals to present such direct and demanding petitions to the paramount deities of Olympus. However, Hercules had, through his numerous trials, gleaned a profound truth. Sometimes the seemingly impossible becomes attainable, when approached with a judicious blend of profound reverence and an undeniably compelling necessity. The pivotal encounter with the solar deity unfolded precisely at the moment of sunset, upon the very westernmost precipice of the towering pillars, as Helios, the radiant god of the sun, prepared to commence his nightly circumnavigation of the world's perimeter. Hercules advanced with a meticulously observed formal deference befitting a divine being, yet also imbued with the resolute confidence of an individual who had progressively learned to regard the gods as formidable, albeit sometimes capricious allies rather than unassailable distant authorities. "Lord Helios," he intoned, executing a deep bow that conveyed respect without any hint of servile abasement, "I present myself before you with a petition that I fully comprehend may sound presumptuous in its very nature. I am compelled to reach the distant island of Erythea, to successfully conclude a labour that has been imposed upon me as a severe penance for transgressions committed in the past. Would you graciously consent to lend me your sacred cup for this critical journey, secure in the knowledge that I shall return it to you utterly undamaged, and shall treat it with the utmost reverence due to a divine possession?" Helios, perhaps genuinely captivated by the sheer novelty of a mortal articulating such a direct and unvarnished request, deliberated upon the audacious proposal with the meticulous attention of an omniscient being who had witnessed every conceivable phenomenon the world had to offer throughout countless ages. "You ask much of me, son of Zeus," he finally pronounced, his voice resonating with ancient wisdom. "My sacred cup has, until this moment, never conveyed a mortal being across the perilous waters at the world's furthest extremity. However, I have observed your many arduous labours with considerable interest, and I find myself approving of the profound lessons you have assimilated concerning the virtues of dedicated service and selfless sacrifice. Very well. You may indeed borrow my cup, but I impose a strict temporal condition. You shall have it for no more than 3 days. Should you fail to return within that stipulated time frame, you shall find yourself irrevocably stranded in waters no mortal was ever intended to navigate, lost to the cosmic currents." The resplendent golden cup of Helios was an unparalleled marvel, defying every conventional assumption regarding the fundamental mechanics of watercraft. It responded with uncanny precision to the mere force of thought rather than requiring any physical steering, propelled itself forward by an inherent divine power rather than by the capricious whims of the wind or the strenuous efforts of oarsmen, and somehow miraculously shielded its passenger from the crushing, unimaginable forces that would undoubtedly annihilate any mortal audacious enough to venture into the hallowed realm of the gods. The voyage across the unfathomable outer ocean proved to be an experience utterly unlike anything Hercules had ever encountered. Here, at the very crucible of creation, the normal, immutable laws of reality seemed to be entirely suspended. Gigantic sea creatures, rivaling the sheer size of entire islands, breached the surface of the waters alongside the golden cup, exhibiting no discernible interest in this peculiar visitor to their primordial domain. The very water itself appeared to be alive, pulsating with intricate currents of luminous light and profound darkness that followed enigmatic patterns no mortal intellect could ever hope to comprehend. Yet it was only when the distant silhouette of Erythea finally materialized on the horizon that Hercules genuinely grasped the full daunting scope of the challenge that lay before him. The island was not merely an isolated landmass. It was an entire cosmos unto itself, possessing its own unique meteorological conditions, its own specific laws of nature, and its own intricately woven relationship to the profound divine forces that perpetually shaped reality. The fabled cattle of Geryon grazed serenely upon grasses that shimmered with an inherent ethereal luminescence, quenched their thirst from crystalline streams that inexplicably flowed uphill, and moved with an innate grace that spoke volumes of creatures intimately touched by a power far transcending the mortal realm. The confrontation with Orthrus, the monstrous two-headed hound, occurred precisely as Hercules had anticipated. The beast emerged from the mystical, shimmering landscape like a fragment of living shadow, each of its heads snarling ferociously with unbridled rage at this audacious intrusion into his master's sacrosanct domain. However, Heracles, having learned invaluable lessons from his previous arduous battle with the Lernaean Hydra, understood implicitly that creatures possessing multiple heads necessitated distinctly different tactical approaches than conventional adversaries. Instead of attempting to engage both heads simultaneously in a direct assault, Heracles shrewdly utilized his superior speed and keen intelligence to keep them perpetually focused on each other. By strategically positioning himself in such a manner that each head was compelled to attack through the other's field of vision, he ingeniously transmuted Orthrus's inherent advantage into a profound disadvantage. The formidable hound became disoriented, uncertain as to which head should initiate the primary assault. And in that fleeting, critical moment of confusion and hesitation, Hercules delivered a decisive, crushing blow with his mighty club. The swift defeat of Orthrus immediately summoned Eurytion, the vigilant herdsman, rushing to the scene. And here Hercules found himself facing an entirely different species of challenge. The herdsman was not a monstrous beast to be vanquished or a wild creature to be subjugated. He was fundamentally a human being diligently performing his duty, conscientiously safeguarding property that legitimately belonged to his master, Geryon. The ensuing struggle was therefore a clash between two exceptionally skilled warriors, each unequivocally committed to his own profound sense of honor and obligation. But Hercules had gleaned another crucial insight from his earlier encounter with the Amazons. Sometimes the most honorable course of action also proved to be the most eminently practical one. Instead of endeavoring to slay Eurytion, he strategically focused on disabling the herdsman's weaponry and skillfully creating sufficient space to accomplish his primary mission without resorting to unnecessary bloodshed. The ultimate confrontation with Geryon himself proved to be the most utterly bizarre and taxing battle of Heracles' entire heroic career. Engaging an enemy endowed with three distinct bodies demanded constant, instantaneous adaptation, as each aspect of the monstrous entity brought different strengths, combat proficiencies, and strategic approaches to the engagement. One body might be exceptionally adept with various weapons. Another might rely primarily on sheer, unbridled brute strength, while the third might employ cunning, misdirection, and insidious tactics. However, Heracles had cultivated the invaluable habit of observing his adversaries with meticulous care, and he discerned something profoundly crucial about Geryon's fundamental nature. The three bodies did not consistently coordinate their actions with perfect synchronicity. Occasionally they operated at cross purposes, each attempting to implement its own distinct strategy without adequate consultation or harmonious integration with the others. This inherent lack of perfect unity within the monster became the very linchpin of Heracles' eventual triumph. By forcing Geryon to engage in combat within a tightly confined space, where the three bodies inevitably interfered with each other's movements, Heracles ingeniously transformed the monster's greatest perceived strength into its most debilitating weakness. The grueling battle concluded not with a singular, dramatic final blow, but rather with Geryon collapsing from sheer exhaustion and a catastrophic failure of internal coordination, his three distinct aspects too utterly fatigued and hopelessly confused to sustain their effective resistance. The meticulous gathering of the magnificent cattle and the arduous journey back to the mainland of Greece subsequently evolved into an epic narrative in its own right. These were not ordinary animals, they were extraordinary creatures of indisputably divine origin, necessitating exceptionally specialized handling and meticulous care. The return expedition, involving the daunting task of driving a vast herd of mystical cattle across an entire continent, while simultaneously evading the numerous brigands, opportunistic thieves, and monstrous predators that such immensely valuable creatures inevitably attracted, rigorously tested every single skill Heracles had painstakingly cultivated throughout his heroic life. Yet it was precisely during this protracted and challenging homeward journey that Heracles made a profound discovery, a revelation that would significantly influence all of his remaining labours. The cattle of Geryon, despite their mystical and otherworldly nature, were fundamentally peaceful creatures. They harboured no inherent desire to engage in conflict or to cause trouble. They simply wished to graze contentedly and to live in accordance with their intrinsic nature. The violence and strife invariably associated with them did not originate from their own placid temperament, but rather from the incessant conflicts and covetousness that arose from the disputed ownership of such extraordinarily valuable property. When Heracles finally presented the magnificent cattle to King Eurystheus, the king's reaction was immediate, stark, and profoundly telling. Instead of retaining the animals for his own aggrandizement, he issued an order for them to be sacrificed to the goddess Hera, thereby transforming what should have been a triumphant celebration of a successfully completed labour into a ritualistic act of divine appeasement. The very cattle, which had faithfully followed Heracles peacefully across continents and oceans, were callously destroyed to satisfy the relentless vengeance of the same malevolent goddess who had meticulously orchestrated all of his immense suffering. Standing in the austere royal courtyard, observing the smoke ascend from the sacrificial pyres, Heracles was finally forced to confront a painful truth he had diligently, perhaps subconsciously, been avoiding. His labours, he realised with a profound sense of clarity, were not truly about the mere completion of arduous tasks, or the proving of his inherent worth. They were, in essence, about perpetually feeding Hera's insatiable appetite for bitter revenge, and no amount of heroic success or hard-won wisdom would ever genuinely satiate her relentless hunger for his humiliation. This crushing realization might have utterly shattered an earlier, less experienced version of Heracles, but the hero who had journeyed to the very edge of the world and returned had learned something profoundly crucial about the fundamental nature of dedicated service and selfless sacrifice. Sometimes the most significant victories remain utterly invisible to those who are tasked with judging them, and sometimes the greatest acts of heroism lie in the unwavering continuation of one's service, even when those whom one serves are demonstrably unworthy of such profound sacrifice. As he conscientiously prepared for his 11th daunting labour, Heracles carried with him not merely the practical experience gained from his latest triumphant success, but also a far deeper, more nuanced understanding of what he was truly fighting for. It was not Eurystheus's fleeting approval or even Hera's elusive forgiveness that held ultimate significance. It was rather the profound internal knowledge that he was progressively transforming into someone genuinely worthy of the redemption he so earnestly sought, irrespective of whether anyone else recognized that profound personal metamorphosis.